Man, this peer review process is tedious. Takes a long time. It's a lot of information. So I thank you for rocking with me. But let's get into it. As you know, B1 Brother Moses, and I gotta have my music. So what you see at the table here is going to be setting the stage for a hell of a conversation around malaria. This chloroquine. I guess to each their very own. It had been recommended by none other than Dr. Trump. I guess he's a doctor. He's called this motherfucking doctor now, I guess. He has some smart people around him who can help him make decisions and things. But then there's also other smart people on the other side of that aisle who would have something to say about that. And so we're going to review that information here about that, just to take it a little bit deeper from the B1 network. Man, this is a conversation, and let's do it. The malaria whisperer. Malaria containment report here by B1 Brother Moses. I'm going to take you there from Zanzibar into this global health as a policy using the content that I found during research. We'll review it together. It'll be our living document and our testament to a contribution to the COVID-19 race for the cure. All right, so here we go. We got President's Malaria Initiative and other U.S. government malaria efforts published April 23rd, 2019. So just about 1 year ago. And we're looking at a case study and a number of case studies that will speak to this chloroquine antiviral or vaccination, whatever you call it. So let's keep going. Malaria control efforts involve a combination of prevention, treatment strategies, and tools such as, now this is a big block right here, a building block of our conversation. So let's stay focused. A number of these going to speak volumes. Insecticide net. See, we know it was more than just shot. There has a deeper, more involved process that we need to stick. So indoor residual spraying, IRS with insecticide. So they did some tents and then they went right directly after the mosquito itself. All right. And so that's a big part of what made it successful. Diagnosis and treatment. See, now those two are which speak volumes today. The diagnosis, which is this test idea, and then treatment, which is now what do you find a positive carrier of the coronavirus. And now in this report, they're talking about what happens when they use that diagnosis and process together with anti-malarial drugs, chloroquine, whatever you call that thing. But by its more scientific, particularly antimicillin-based combination therapies, ACTs or ACTs. And now watch this. Keep that word, that ACTs right there. That's going to come back later. I haven't reviewed this I grabbed them. I read most of them, but I didn't really articulate it out loud. So let's keep going. This fourth bullet, intermittent preventive treatment in pregnancy. So now you know they're going to be talking about pregnant women. They had to do some type of case study on pregnant women, IPT with a lowercase p. Intermittent preventive treatment in pregnancy. They're targeting women that are pregnant. A drug treatment for pregnant that prevents complications from malaria for a woman and her unborn child. Now, there's another, when it's a case study and you're looking at the human cases where they use this anti-malarial drug. And what we want to see is what the actual outcome when it happened, all right? So let's go and let's look at this global health policy as they were using this same drug that is being recommended as use for the coronavirus or COVID-19 once it gets there to that stage. I don't know. Maybe they're saying you can use it even before it gets to that stage to be preventive. But let's see what they're actually saying about it. So we see they had some exterior factors that contributed to its overall success, but you can measure each and every one of these things based off of their relevance to the situations there in Zanzibar. And other places. We know they had this study that was on 10 different countries, I believe, with 2 more in like Afghanistan or somewhere, and I think 1 in India that studied it. And so those places where this actual drug hit the ground and they used it on humans in some form, let's see what happens there. That's the data that we're doing today in this peer review session. seasonal malaria chemo prevention, SMC, a treatment course administered at monthly intervals. So they was monthly. They're giving you a timeline here. To children, they're giving you their targets, age 3 to 59 months. Newborns to 59 months. So they tried this on pregnant women and their infants. And let's see what happened when they tried it there. I'm not making this shit up. All the sources will be there. You can even check it right there. The biggest couple of words on there, the big title, Global Health Policy. Drop that bad boy in and fact check me, the fact checker himself. White House Whisperer. Morbidity, and mortality. So I'm not sure what morbidity means. That's something that I would have to Google. If you do have the free definition right there, you can go on and drop that in the chat just to keep that timeline rolling with real information. And let's see what they said on this one. Substantial scale up of malaria interventions helped reduce the malaria case incidence. I remember somebody said that the music itself is a bit distracting. So I'm going to use my voice on this for just a little minute. We can get back to the music afterwards. But yeah, let's give them a reprise. Before we do, let's give them a surprise, which is the level of skill that I have when I'm having these conversations. So now this is the actual globe. And when you're looking at Uganda, if it is a round or a flat, then I don't know. This is just the map. And I'm going to show you some of these places where they actually did this work. Why? Because they got to get this work. Tanzania is huge. Kilimanjaro, that's a place that I would like to visit one day. And in order to get there, I would have to do field research to a place like Zanzibar, which is what you see right here on the map. And I'm going to show you just how complicated this conversation can be had. When you start zooming in, let's land at the airport like we would if we just flew there in, not just in a virtual space. I said, let's land at the airport. You see what I just did with that camera right there? Holla at your boy. Because we're going to land at the airport and then we're going to make our way into where this actual treatment and thing can actually happen and occur if you really want that information. But I'm B1 Brother Mo. I don't want to flex and stun on him, but I can show you that that's a real thing. All right. So we landed at the airport and now we're doing our case study and we're driving this conversation all the way home. I got to give them the facts that they might need as well. So right there, you have the Small Business Association, SBA.gov funding programs. This is for those who are looking for that type of assistance in the time of a global pandemic. Have a small business, you may want to start there at the loans or the investment capital if you're there. Disaster assistance is another one, and then grants. Now, the stories that I read recently said that if you were looking for something here, that had run out of money. So I just hit the refresh button right there with you live just to see if that was an act or if it was just speculation. I think first you got to start with finding the lenders. Then you may be able to look at the eligibility requirements if that's what you need to do. They got some counselors that you might be able to speak to. I see it got a pretty evolved website. Local assistance. Even if you're already at the point of trying to find some contracts that you can connect with. I know that if you can make masks, that's one of them. Look at that one. A mentor protege program. That looks like a good one. David got research business out there. All right, man. So I said I was coming over here to cut the music for those who might be distracted and getting back to the build. Malaria whisperer. So we have it. I'm not sure what morbidity means. Somebody could drop in the chat if you do have an understanding of what that word means. But we definitely understand mortality, as that's been one of the driving points for the coronavirus, is that how fast is it killing? Who is it killing? How fast is it spread? How many? The numbers get to the numbers. And so while other people would live off of that fear of, and that driving them towards wanting to know more, to get to the numbers, to look at that death rate, it drives me to want to do some more research on what they're saying is going to be the cure. And so if that's going to be that chloroquine, we got to have that conversation. And so let's look at where it's actually implemented, what those results are, just to bring you back up to speed. Now we're going to get into their conversation. Substantial scale up of malaria interventions helped reduce the malaria case incidence and death rates by 18% and 28% respectively between 2010 and 2017. So what I did here was drive all the way back to 2010 just to see if they are making that equivalency due to the chloroquine, that vaccination that they're talking about, or what is it? What is it that actually drove it down? Here they said it was a substantial scale up of malaria interventions, plural, means that it may not have been predominantly that damn vaccination. Again, in the back of my mind, I'm deciding whether or not, they said if you want your kids to go to school, they got to have certain shots. And so do you want your kid to get a malaria vaccination because of COVID-19 fears? Doesn't make sense to me. I'm not on the fence or on the side of the fence that says no. I don't think that would be necessary for my child to go to school, but we never know what decisions they're liable to make and bring down the political pipeline. So they move forward and say still, the World Health Organization estimates that there were approximately 219 million cases of malaria, marking the second year malaria cases increased, and 435,000 deaths, mostly among children under the age of 5 in 2017. So this report goes all the way back to 2010 in Africa that I'm giving you here, this malaria report, malaria containment report. And we're going to be looking at that strategy and seeing if it served the purpose of containing malaria or did it spread. And if it spread, we want to find out why. What happened? What were some of the things that they may have gotten right when they were implementing their political strategies? And what were some of the things that they got wrong? All right. So we know this to be true, that by the 2017 report, it was still killing mostly children under the age of 5, despite the information that I provided to you that says that that's the primary group that they were testing. I'm going to drive deeper on that point with the real information and the real numbers, but we're going to see it here. So they give this table that I had to bring and re-enter into this conversation. The WHO regions. Remember, we're taking our orders again, even here in America, under the coronavirus threat from the World Health Organization, Dr. Ted. And that's the one who the funding was said to have been temporarily suspended, I believe. All right, the WHO regions, and this is malaria, the same thing with the chloroquine. Let's see if it makes sense. Rock with me. The number of malaria endemic countries, the estimated cases, number in thousands, and then its percent, and then estimated deaths. And so there again, they're getting onto that mortality, which we know. So I'll stick to that right side, which is the estimated deaths. And if there's somebody that knows that one middle column about estimated cases, and then that would be another conversation. So there we see the global total was 88 countries, 219 million, 435,000 deaths, 435,000 deaths. Goodness gracious. In Africa there, 44 different malaria endemic countries. This report that I'm giving only has about 10 of those, but I've even streamlined that to be about 3 of those because I wanted to get all the way down to the ground with these numbers. Now, while I don't believe that we have an ultimate fear of malaria here in America, I think that this is important information to share because of how it relates to the current pandemic. And I believe that what we'll find here is that there may be a case for those places like New York, the entire state. See, what they did here was look at whole countries. but the entire state by population wise may need to be declared an endemic zone. Some space where they say social distancing might take a little bit longer, like 2022, before you can reopen that part of society. Other than that, going to find those numbers getting up there to the 435,000. Why? Because it said even here, the most vulnerable were children under the age of 5. And you're not going to stop with social distancing measures. The dating game, at some point, there's going to be contact and it gets intimate. It's just bound to happen. The Eugenics Society, for whatever reason, can pump fear into the back of the tinfoil's hats. But once it gets to that frontal lobe, it's going to start making sense. But until we get there, we'll see why as we drive into the numbers on these women and infants that they were testing this thing on, this substance. All right. Now, this is open access type information because open access typically says you can go on and share it and redistribute it, chop it up, do whatever you want to it. It's many folks who are trying to get through this peer review process, and many of which may be blackballed by the substance that they're trying and the content that they're trying to deliver in these academic spaces. But in this case, we're going to be the peer review and the authority that says this has been comprehensively peer reviewed. B1 Network salute. And so here is one of the topics that one of those authors, a group that is, a conglomerate, a coalition that was looking to examine when it came to malaria right there in Zanzibar, where our plane is still sitting on the runway as we determine whether or not we're going to give them that work. All right, so these are the type of disabled veterans business programs that B1 Brother Moses would tell you is a form of business. Once I move forward with mine, clicking that is right there. But for those who may also benefit, that is the SBA, and that's for you. I'll continue to share what I have here. So thanks for rocking with us. Be sure to hit that like button. There's a couple of names that have to be called out here, like this one here. Muslim is how I pronounced it. And it is somebody that I had to click on and see that they were a relevant factor in some of these on the ground cases. And so I'm going to give a shout out there. All right, so this is the just getting started. You see they have the abstract there that it got longer, but I'm trying to streamline the information the best I can with the sources there available for those folks who would like to have those on the screen rather. So the abstract background: substantial global progress in the control of malaria in recent years has led to increased commitment to its potential elimination, whether this is possible in high transmission areas. Again, places like New York or San Francisco, high transmission areas, if not considered endemic zones. And there are others that one might want to consider putting stronger and longer guidelines around. Timelines, that is. Start where it says, of sub-Saharan Africa remains unclear. So high transmission areas of sub-Saharan Africa is what they were doing the review on. We're right now seeing if this case study is applicable to what we're doing the review on, the spaces near you and the people that travel in and out of them. And so on this one, Zanzibar, where our plane is still sitting on that runway, represents a unique case study of such attempt, where modern tools and strategies for malaria treatment and vector control have been deployed since 2003. Methods: we have studied temporal trends of comprehensive malariametric indices in 2 districts with over 100,000 inhabitants each. So it's a good little case study. That's a good little survey size. The analysis included triangulation of data from community-based cross-sectional surveys. That's what I'm going to be jumping into, but stick right there, the triangulation of data and how they make that work. And then the cross-sectional surveys. That's what I'm talking about when I say be an advocate for your community. And what we do here in the B1 Network is we take a temperature check of our own community, the Black network, the Black community. And for them to shadow ban those numbers, I could scroll all the way up and tell you why that is a global violation part out there. They shouldn't be cutting off our access to our own people in the spaces that are looking for coronavirus information. I digress. I'll forward. health management information systems. And that's what they're saying for us is being overwhelmed, not just the management information system, the reporting, as to where even deaths of completely seemingly unrelated things, if you have coronavirus, they're still attaching it. And if they needed to exhume your body later or keep you on ice for a while to see what happens with that coronavirus, it's within their control and not ours. That is real vector control right there. All right. And then vital registry and entomological, that's the number of syllables. Entomological sentinel surveys. I didn't go into the entomological sentinel surveys. Maybe somebody else can carry the research further from there. I had no idea what that is. But what I do stick on is this vital registry and being considered a part of a vital registry. That is a big something to consider. That is a big something or another to consider. I don't want to be a part of that registry. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But how would you get out of that registry? I don't know, man. It's just information. Maybe it makes sense to somebody, and maybe it makes sense to somebody that somebody knows. So be sure to share this video on your Facebook. But let's keep it moving. The results, which is what was important, right? You want to know what was they looking at, how much of a sample size we're talking about here, and then what were the results? The interventions, plural, with sustained high community uptake were temporarily associated with major malaria decline, most pronounced between 2004 and 2007, and followed by a sustained state of transmission. In 2015, the Plasmodium falciparum community, that's whatever causes malaria, I guess, inside the body. I had to look that one up, and I did want to know that what is it that they're talking about biologically. Now, that's way too boring for the rest of this conversation, but the 96% reduction, I had to make sure that that part hit. But even before that, it was rapid diagnostic test. Rapid diagnostic test. That's where we are, and that's what we're considering is the testing process. Do you have a health management information system that can adequately and accurately deploy a rapid diagnostic test? And that is going to take partnerships with like Google, Apple to become a real thing, maybe even Amazon. But we'll see. If they actually need a physical thing, like a nose swab or something, like if they have to be invasive in any way, then they're going to need somebody like Amazon as well as a part of that partnership. But the health management information system, that vital registry, right? Those cross-sectional surveys, a survey, watch the language. The annual community-based survey, watch the language. But most importantly, test from the World Health Organization. That's their guidance, the rapid diagnostic test. And so they're talking about the test represented 96% reduction. Now, I'm wondering what they're actually talking about there. I got to drive those numbers and see if it's corroborated by some sources of people who were actually on the ground, not just the people who wrote the report afterwards, but the people who were actually there. Watch how deep this conversation goes. Keep rocking with me, B1 Brother Moses. The abstract background. Substantial progress has been made globally in reducing the malaria burden during last decade, following the implementation and scaling up of vector control and effective treatment. This has led to increased international commitment to malaria elimination in several endemic areas. That's a 2 and a 3 next to it because there were some additional sources that I had to bring into this conversation. Elimination is considered feasible and indeed has been achieved using existing tools in areas of low to moderate transmission. These are not my words. This is a clip from the actual source. The source will be cited in this presentation. Keep rocking with me. Whether elimination can be achieved as previously moderate to high transmission areas, however, remains unclear. Say it again like battle rap. Whether elimination can be achieved in previously moderate to high transmission areas, however, remains unclear. Why did you have to specify that? Go back up. What did I miss? Elimination is considered feasible and indeed has been achieved using existing tools in areas of low to moderate transmission. So you're talking about it was tested in some place where it was low transmission probability. You're not even talking about a place like New York. You're talking about a small countryside. And you said elimination is considered feasible there. But whether it can be achieved to high transmission areas like a New York or a San Francisco, however, that remains unclear. According to the World Health Organization, demonstrated technical feasibility, so technical, you're still talking about the computers and such, right? In such eco-epidemiological settings is required. Whoa. Hopefully they are just talking about the technical feasibility and not the actual, well, let's just let it play out. I mean, because some of the information that we're hearing over the media waves sounds like they're just saying, let the society go, let it play out and see what happens, rather than contain, contain, contain. What is your containment strategy? It sounds like they're kicking the bucket and throwing that fight away. If you listen to some media saying, look, the risks are exaggerated. That's what it sounds like. There's 80, the way they're saying it, 80% will just recover naturally or something like that. That might be true. 80% of the cases might recover naturally, but you're also giving information that that same person can contract it multiple times. All right, there's some information we're going to have to find out about this malaria. And each of those times, let's see, 80%, so 4 out of 5 times, that's in per capita or for the people, right? But 4 out of 5 times, is that the same probability of surviving it? You have an 80% chance of surviving it every time you contract this shit? Nah, bro, let's just focus on containment rather than the releasing of the order. What are the measures that are most likely to be put in place when it comes to containing the spread of the coronavirus? Let's get into it. Looking at this malaria and these case studies. Let's peer review the information, because other than that, they're not letting this information be shared. We're not getting the background story. The conversations are typically just the talking points, but not the actual information. And so that's what we're going to deliver. We got past the epidemiological settings. So you're looking at the environment and you're measuring one environment versus the other. A big city versus small city, a countryside, a small town in Mississippi, or a lakefront property like Charleston. No, yeah, more like that one. When you say a lakefront property like Charleston, that's Zanzibar. With historically high malaria transmission, may represent a rather unique, useful, and valuable case study of such. And so even back when they were writing this, they were already saying that would be interesting. These people can be kind of sick in the way that they think and process information. Maybe it's my interpretation, but it sounds like they get a kick out of this whole disease thing so far. That's just my peer review of what was written by this author. The author's name will be available. Zanzibar provides new evidence of the feasibility of reaching uniquely significant sustained malaria reduction. Let me do something real quick. Let me remind you again what we're talking about. For African Americans, we are here for each other the best that we can be. And in the communities that our men serve in, this conversation has to happen, the one where they actually pull out the data and the numbers and they review it. It can be a long, tedious process overviewing health equality in America, the conditions of those in your community, who is the most at risk, what is their likelihood. It can be even longer process, taking that information, synthesizing it, and then making it actionable. But it has to happen, and it's not something that can have in chairs. They actually need all hands on deck for those who can think on a deeper and more logical level, as well as those who can have the conversation in general. They still need those lieutenants who can take notes, scribes. They need people to write that shit down. They need the oral tradition, but they also need written, and they need it calculated, quantified, and then streamlined in the form of that's information. And we are in that information highway. They are there dealing with malaria, but in our communities, what are we dealing with, and how can we use the coronavirus to inform our research methodology? On this case, let's just look at the recommended treatment for what they said is that flu-like symptom, but may be coronavirus. Do I need to turn my camera on when I say that? Do I need to say that one more time? let's see here. So you know I'm live. Yes, sir, and salute. So man, yeah, I'm looking rough, man. I'm looking a little scruffy. I got my sticky note in the back and my bull right here. I've been up and I've been at it. It's a lot of research. So thank y'all for coming through and rock with me. Timestamp right there, but I gotta flip up that music one time as I'm always doing. Bear with me and rock with me. That was off Prod and R&B. One of my favorites though is Caesar. Right, and the information that we got to get into deals with a different level of energy. So you got to me when I get mad, I'm really still angry about this shit. And so because I'm angry, I gotta let shit out. Thank you for allowing research to build and be of some value to you and yours. All right, now let me get off of this screen with my snag self and get back to the information. And so this is what I'm talking about here. You want to flatten the curve? Well, this is a coronavirus update the week of April. You see those numbers skyrocketing. You don't see them coming down. Flatten the curve would be something along the lines of what it looked like before this started happening. You can take that all the way back to January 22nd when they started identifying that first or the 50th case from somewhere in the world and see what a flat curve looks like. Now look at ours. Ours look like it's flat, but only if you're on an airplane lifting off. Since SARS-CoV-2, the novel coronavirus that causes coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 was first detected back in December. Total confirmed cases are well over 2 million now, but I can't keep up. It was supposed to have been a flat curve, but I can't even keep up. If it was more flat, that shit should look like 1.905 maybe. That's not the case. There are more actual carriers because it is a global pandemic, not just the endemic we were looking at with 88 countries, 44 in Africa. We're looking at something that's gotten bit bigger and it's hitting some places, not the small low transmission places, but the big places that have high transmission and epidemiological enhanced Google Earth mapping tools and contract tracing systems. That's what they are asking to be put in, and they're asking us to consider it. But before you can consider it, you got to think about that shit one more time. Think about it. As I zoom in for you there in Sacramento, California, a space I had some questionable data on early on. But because you see right there, that forested area runs all the way up to Washington. That is our coast. And from there, products and goods are traded from those ports. And we don't exactly know everything that comes in. Sometimes it's something that's bad for you. So let's zoom on out and see how that can impact the world. It can be devastating. Those were the global numbers that I gave of about 2 million cases. But we could zoom that all the way in based on the information they've already provided and see that we have some spaces that look like those are epidemic zones. That's hot red. That it should be and should still have the stats of stop moving, stay your ass at home. No and ifs or buts about it. That is an endemic zone. Don't leave. Where are you going? Hot. Total confirmed cases there in America, more than 547,000. Total deaths, more than 21,000. Total recovered, 32,000. So about 11,000 more that have died from it. So if you tell me that many are carriers of it and they sitting there holding it, they still operating and moving in this world for the most part and still contagious. So what the fuck do you mean it's time to just let people get the fuck off? Go home. I mean, go back to work. Go do your thing. Get back in society. First of all, in the shared spaces where we move, that guy couldn't protect himself from being in spaces where people were positive carriers of the coronavirus. 20% chance that it can be fatal. Maybe those numbers have declined. We don't know. It's an 80% likelihood that it goes away without nothing happening, but there is some probability that there is something that could happen. And do you want the shit? Probably not. More than 550,000 total confirmed, though, would probably look back at it and say, well, I'm glad I survived it for those who are in that recovering or recovered space, that 32,000, 11,000 more that those that died. But that's a different percentage, and it just hits different when you look at it like that. Especially when you look at that green line, that map that's on the left side of the screen, and that is the U.S. And they saying days since the 50th case was confirmed. And you look at those other continents, those other countries and theirs, even their whole continent, and look at their curve, but then look at our curve. Yeah, say that information, it definitely legitimizes the claim that those are endemic zones. Access denied, restricted movement, probably as harsh as it should be when it comes to government sanctioned quarantine. Stop with the fucking moving. Drones probably would deploy there without too much of a jet lag, and it would be like the Jetsons, everything on a conference call. Everything on a conference call. 3 major industries that are allowed to operate in an endemic zone: Google, Facebook, and Amazon. Everything else is probably done. Walmart is a distribution hub for Amazon. But the Amazon drone is the thing that can actually move, and the rest of you motherfuckers gotta hold it down. Sorry, we love you. Send us a Skype. But what you'll actually see if you just look by those other countries like France and Spain, who are all on this list, and keep it America, keep it a buck, you'll see that government and political response is different. It hits just a little bit different. Like Massachusetts begins releasing race-based on the coronavirus, but only a third of the cases actually have that information. What does that tell you? It tells you that even if it's a third, that 60% number again just hits a bit different. Massachusetts on Wednesday began providing data on the race and ethnicity of those who test positive or die from the coronavirus. But as health officials warned, the data is incomplete. They can't even keep up, man. And so those African Americans who are sitting at the table looking to make more informed decisions based on data, using even the census, but taking it a bit further, taking it to the extreme of a HIPAA violation, looking all the way at your race. And I need to know exactly which pre-existing conditions are contained in the vessel of this corpse. And you don't have the right to deny us the access to that dead body. And it's not just a statistic. See, in our case, there in California, it released limited racial breakdowns of coronavirus and deaths. 37% of total confirmed cases identified race, which is 63% did not have that identifier on there. Of which 6% African American and 3% of their total deaths. So you're trying to get the data, the information that relates to us. They're in California. I'll say it again, slow that down. Somebody missed it. African Americans who are doing the research on our community, because it's up to us to be informed. California releases limited racial breakdown of coronavirus patients and deaths. 37% of total confirmed cases identified race, which means 63% still data. We don't even know if it was us or not. Which 6% African Americans. So that's 6% of that data that they have there in California that is into the African Americans, and 3% of our total deaths is what they got information on. That information that could be urgent in an endemic zone that you need to violate HIPAA rights and tell us who our people are and what pre-existing conditions they may have had that caused their death or related to the death based on this coronavirus. Because it's up to us to protect ourselves. Now I'm gonna move forward. It's no less than 10 people that were called offices. So now you're trying to see about these deaths, all of the people who die in California. You're saying how many dead bodies of those, how many of the report that they're saying everybody dies if it's something, if they had coronavirus and tested positive for coronavirus and they died, then we're writing coronavirus, not just as the cause, but they're making sure they have information on there. Because they still haven't been able to study even what that coronavirus does to pre-existing conditions. For example, asthma. They don't really know. I mean, maybe they do in, what is it, in vitriol, whatever the word is, in petri dishes. Maybe they know in a scientific lab, or they can in like computers and data. But on humans, I don't think that they know yet. I don't think they have assimilation of that malaria vaccination actually does to a lung that also suffering from A, B, and C pre-existing conditions that African Americans have. Now we have, which I can jump right back into if you like the Zanzibar story, like the video. Drop a 1 or a fire sign in the chat. We can get right back to Zanzibar, where real information is on this drug, or we can stay right here on the U.S. and us, because California and Massachusetts both led the way with their race stratified data that helps us identify the members of our community that may require additional support during the coronavirus. At some point, the intrastate commerce will return to operations. We know that. All of those movie theaters and places of business, they're going to open back up, and people will be standing there or sitting there doing a job. And we'll get right back into that flow of going somewhere and doing something, and that being said to be the value and the driver of your value, your labor, your time, your slavery, your work. That's going to go back to how it was at some point. The stay-at-home order will be lifted. Now, where and when it makes sense to safely do so is what I throw right there. I throw it right there. That stay-at-home order will be lifted where and when it makes sense to safely do so. And 2022 is the earliest date that I would assume New York and California in those hot red zones would be safest to move to. Now, I mean, to drop the lift the stay-at-home order. Now, I don't know. Maybe they could track it more in real time as they get that Google, Amazon, Facebook partnership to really kick up in the overdrive. As they really drive that, then maybe they can show some real-time numbers that show it no longer in the deep red, and maybe they would want to reconsider at that point. But until then, until they have that automated contact tracing system with Apple and Google, they're not going to be ready for that. Until they have those comprehensive telehealth screenings that include like how you can open up that Apple phone. Yeah, that one, the non-invasive test screening. That one, we're not there yet. I just don't see us being there. I see Bill Gates and his brilliance in Microsoft still not being able to get us an accurate measure via a thumbprint. And so I think that Amazon relationship is going to need to be in there as well. They're going to have to distribute some form of invasive test screening in order to get those numbers down. And so this is going to require some form of a streamlined process. We're going to need a streamlined process to even begin to think we can operate at that level of sophistication. We're just not there yet. But they are already considering reopening intrastate commerce. That's within the state, as well as interstate commerce, I would say. Now, maybe that restriction is the one they put off a little bit longer. You can travel within your local area. They try to say something like, maybe they say, no, all travel. You can go wherever you want now. It's just free. Society is back open. We don't know which degree they're going to take it, but we do know that that is the conversation that is on the table. What say you? Drop your comment in there right there. Leave a remark. Hey, man, I don't have any hashtags, but you can continue to engage in this information. Salute. So folks may get back into business as usual, but when we do, let's see how deep this can go. Will wearing personal protective gear be required to move out in social spaces? Will they require it? We see that. Will they continue that? Will they say, nah, you don't got to wear that mask? No bandanas. Nah, you don't need gloves. Gloves don't help anyway. Like, what will they say? Because at one point they said those masks and protective gear were not necessary. And then about a month later, they turned around and said, you got to wear masks. So what would it be in the next month? Let's say we move it forward. Will it be necessary or unnecessary as we are moving back into space where social distancing is next to impossible? And at some point, probably ruled irrelevant anyway. Social distancing is not going to protect you. At some point, they're going to say that. They're going to say something like that. They're going to say, look, this whole social distancing thing, this 6 feet, this 13 feet, this 15 feet, whatever it is, clean surfaces every 45 minutes, that's not going to be necessary. None of that. The rant will stop. They will stop having a conversation and they'll just say you're on your own. When that happens, are the mask and glove the cost of admission? That's your ticket. That is your let me see, that is your Star of David. Excuse me, that is your shield. What longer term social distancing measures are now table stakes in a pandemic society? I mean, I know you didn't think that duct tape on the ground was going to be enough to flatten the curve. Tell me you didn't assume that. How to flatten the curve? Well, you're automatic contact tracing with Apple and Google. You're going to need comprehensive telehealth trainings, and you're going to need streamlined support processes. I think most of that is technology driven, and I think much of that can be done non-invasively. But I digress. I'm just B1 Brother Moses, and my solutions don't matter. I'm not the doctor, so let's talk about what I would ask for, which is the immediate distribution of SARS-CoV-2 emergency kits to each household. See, you're talking about a stimulus check, and I'm talking about saving lives. Because maybe that protective gear is what's most important, and it is table stakes, and it is your cost of admission to move about in society. Maybe they don't have the tech or even the will. Maybe they don't have the way to enforce a mandatory social distancing. And so just giving up and just letting it go and hands off. See, this is what I was saying earlier. Maybe that's their solution, and maybe we'll just rock with it. But I was thinking this earlier. The substance, that malaria vaccination, that shit didn't even have the intended response. It was supposed to have been saving the damn child's life, but it killed them poor babies. On that malaria vaccination, reports that I've read seem to suggest other factors contribute to malaria in places where it was reduced. Now, I'm referencing a number of World Health Organization studies and links, but they're so deep down. They're open source, find the person and then find the person's person. Find the people on the ground studies that this is going to be adept and thorough and comprehensive peer review. Study this, because there's more information on a whole nother live stream that we'll have the conversation about here in America. Right now, it's relevant because they examined whether the substance inside of the needle provoked the intended response. And the response that they were looking for was from the immune system, not from the society, not the economic, but the epidemiological response. That's the big word, epidemiological. Did the substance provoke the intended response? Not did your fear mongering about it. We know to be, if it's social distance and stay home, that's right. We got that part clear. Wash your hands, wash your ass, clear. But what we still don't know could kill us. And so I got to give you that information. When the World Health Organization launched a 2007 initiative to eliminate malaria on Zanzibar, it turned to an unusual source to track the spread of the disease between the island and the mainland Africa. Mobile phones sold by Tanzania's telecoms group, including Vodafone, the UK mobile operator. So mobile phones are used to contain the spread of malaria. What the hell? How does that even make sense? Mobile phones and telecommunications. Damn, bruh. Mobile phones and telecommunications. Why? Because they need to track the spread of the disease. So it's a containment theory that is looking at mobile phones as the primary source. All right, let's see if that makes sense, because somebody's telling me to take a vaccination, and it looks like on the ground level in Zanzibar 2007, the World Health Organization launched a telephone type game, Mr. Connect. They gave away free phones or something. Let's get the real information. I'm speculating. I shouldn't speculate, but it's fun. Working together with researchers at Southampton University, Vodafone began compiling sets of location data. We know that that's Facebook definitely got your location on. Let's just make it make sense. I got the tin hat on. All people don't get that information. They just assume everybody knows geolocation and all of that, but what's it used for? I guess it's used to track the spread of diseases. Now, I don't know. Let's see what they say. They were compiling data from mobile phones in areas where cases of the disease had been recorded. So let's put that in the America. How does that process work? The mobile phones in cases the disease had been recorded. All right, so if you're going to be tracking it in places where the disease had been recorded, and we're looking at that information for its relevance today, then where are the cases where coronavirus are most highly recorded? And is that what we're actually considering when it comes to the HIPAA violations? Your location. I don't know, let's dive in. Mapping population move between locations has proved invaluable in tracking and responding to epidemics. The Zanzibar project has been replicated by academics across the continent to monitor other deadly diseases, including Ebola in West Africa. All right, so that's a big, maybe somebody already knew that, but that's big information there. So you're using the map and you're using people and their cell phones in spaces where the disease was high. It seems like it makes sense. It seems like something that is feasible and doable here. Here we seem to have some violations there, but if you're on Facebook, you've probably already signed away your right to not have GPS on anyway. For others, they don't see it as a violation, more as a safety precaution. They leave their location on for whatever reasons. So here we would be looking at the GPS or whatever it's called. What is it? MapQuest? Google Maps? Yep, Google. So that would be Bill Gates. All right, so it makes sense here. So not Vodafone. I think ours are Apple. All right, so it still makes sense. For the most part, Apple would make sense here in America, not Vodafone. And then Bill Gates, something with the mapping technology. Apple probably has some satellites. And for the African Americans, I know we have the Weather Channel is the African American who owns Weather Channel. He may have sold it, but I think he owns it. And I'm not sure if he ever sold the satellites, even if he did sell it. So maybe we have access to the satellites. Maybe we don't. The Weather Channel would be that primary driver of the mapping technology needed to implement that in spaces like New York. Maybe they already have it, a mobile command, and that's theirs, which is why we could completely understand why they don't give us access to it. But for us, what do we have to where when it's our communities that are impacted and we need to know where the disease actually is to be able to track the spread of it? Do we have access to the information when we did, or are we going to be the ones who again lose a containment process in our own community? All right, that's big. That is a long sentence. And so let's jump back into that mapping technology to look at the Zanzibar community. All right, once again, we landed right there at the airport. Historic Trade Center, just like the World Trade Center or New York or just like Chicago. Why am I saying Chicago? I mean, oh, damn it. We would lose Chicago based on the numbers too. Shit. And then we would also lose Definitely Los Angeles. I'm not sure if it's all of California, but likely all of California, even as those who've been impacted in Los Angeles try to find their way to a space where social distancing is impossible. Right now in our stacked urban areas, it's impossible. You cannot maintain a distance of 6 feet from people. It is impossible. Even if you tried to move them out into those countrysides and hillsides and gave them an operable space for themselves to live and operate, it's impossible. And so what they end up doing then is having to quarantine, involuntary quarantine, to take those bodies and move them to spaces. Other than that, I'm gonna just be asking them to let those people back home. And now it's on that individual. And that's not a containment. That is the opposite of a containment. That's a release. That is a release of the coronavirus back inside of the community and that host. And it's a known host at that. And that's what it seems like they're asking. They're saying release society back out to do what it would want to do. Not to stay at home for everybody, but release everybody back out. And so we got to weigh that. And we also got to weigh that vaccination they're talking about. All right, so we went through this, but I did want to make sure I drove that point home. This was the World Health Organization 2007 initiative to eliminate malaria, and it was about mobile phones, dog. It was about actually using that GPS data on them phones, tracking the whereabouts of people who could spread the disease. It was real personal. It was something to where HIPAA violations, like in your community, if there's a crime that's committed, you can go to like a website. What is it? LexisNexis, and see where the crimes were committed in your community. You can see the dots. They pop up and they'll even tell you what kind of crime. And so being able to go to that type of a website and get real live information on the spreaders of the coronavirus or the potential spreaders. But they're doing it in a conglomerate of information. But what that told me was that if you needed to do all that, then that substance did not provoke the intended response. If you had a treatment and a cure for it, then what are you doing sitting there trying to use somebody's cell phone information to track it? You can fix it, right? The answer is no. Among 1,482 patients hospitalized with COVID-19, 74.5% were aged greater than 50 years. This report presents age-stratified COVID-19 associated hospitalization rates for patients admitted during March 1st through the 28th, 2020, and clinical data on patients admitted during March 1st through the 30th, 2020, the first month of the U.S. surveillance. Among 178, 12% adult patients with data on underlying conditions. That's why I tell you the severity of having a data shortage. 178? That was the totality of your ability to track data? Or are you telling me only 178 had underlying conditions? If that's the case, then you were definitely only getting a treatment or a positive test from the greatest of these. Jesus Christ, if only 178 people, you can't tell me they didn't have nothing. Clean slate, only 12% had an underlying condition? Nah, 89.8% had one or more underlying conditions. So nearly all of them. But unfortunately, because it's only 178 people, this data set doesn't even make sense to be used. There's no way you can get to the conclusion that we can give them chloroquine or some anti-malarial drug, fight it, if you're still only even talking about a data sample of 178. I'll show you numbers that are bigger than that for the study done right there in Zanzibar. Not like a New York or something that's super prevalent there, and see what happens if you lose. What would happen if they lost everybody that was in New York, right? And they was just cut off from the world? What would happen? Let's just say hypothetically that 20%, if they lost that 20%, how much wealth of that from this nation would be extracted in one endemic, if you're talking about them as their own endemic zone? Well, during this 4-week period, it was about 4.6 per 100,000. No, dog, that population is way bigger than that. If you only got 4.6, then you was by far behind the curve. Way too far behind the curve. Among 1,482 patients hospitalized. If we showed you how many people actually needed to be hospitalized, you'd be like, damn, y'all, that's an underperformance, my dude. By all standards, this data, among 1,482,000 patients hospitalized with COVID-19, about 75% were greater than the age of 50. And then they threw that other one in, 54.4% male. So what that's telling me is, number one, that even when it came to the hospitalizations for it, that in itself says that you were missing the mark by far. It just wasn't serious. It was less like, it was just let them go home. I wish I could show you the actual difference between the number of people who tested positive for coronavirus and the number of people that were hospitalized, because all of those other people were people who, that was the sending of the coronavirus back into the world. Just go home and take 2 Tylenol and call me in the morning. Not the involuntary hospitalization, which is the strictest, which is the how you stop the spread. You go home, nope, you stay here. And the rapid deployment, that's going to be huge of the actual tests. But it's got to be accurate. False negative sucks. Because again, even the false negative is sending them back out in the world, the actual spread or the risk of the spread of coronavirus. Every other decision is the risk of the spread except hospitalization. The hospitalization rate among patients identified through COVID-19 during this 4-week period was 4.6 per 100,000. That number is infinitesimal. And right now we know that the number is over 200 million. I mean, over 2 million, excuse me. The number today, over 2 million confirmed positive cases of coronavirus. Excuse me for stuttering. Jesus, I did it like 5 times. But so 2 times 4.6 gives you about something, maybe 100 at the most is what they're saying is the rate of hospitalization. But that was based on that data. And if they use that rate and then try to project out what the hospital's need will be, then they just missed the mark. It is saying, let's underwhelm these numbers because the real number would drive too much fear. But the real number is what you actually needed, bruh. And I think that's one of the reasons why you can get up to 550,000 or 100,000 cases. Is that right? 550,000 cases. That's right. That's the way you say it. Got to carry the zero. Wow, you can't see it in numbers, but you can articulate 550,000 cases. Is because when the numbers was only about 10,000. For that number that have positively tested to keep going up like that, not flat, but it's traveling up flat for the most part, week over week, that means that it is spreading still, not flattening. That is the opposite of the goal. Miss the mark is what you would put in the report. Attempt did not flatten the curve. Effort, whatever you call it, intervention X, and intervention bill stimulus relief check did not flatten the curve. It was too late, I guess. I know some have started to receive it. Others, they said you can go to that irs.gov website and check out that information and see if you hadn't gotten yours yet. And I've even started hearing about some people saying that they were, they couldn't get it or some reason because of not having filed taxes. I think that information you can probably check out on that same website, irs.gov, whatever it is. But the question is to report or not to report at the end of the day. The other question is for us, that report that we would need would be the one that has, look, if you got 1,482 patients, how many of those patients were Black? Straight like that. What question is that they filled out? See, they think the HIPAA violation only goes one direction, and that's the direction to the people who aren't going to help protect you and yours in your community. And likely it's those same people who have the least amount of means. If it was that finally said, look, it takes a hell of a lot to get a nigga to go to the hospital. Gotta damn near be shot to go to that emergency room. And so if it was an African American that went and finally got hospitalization, it probably took a lot just for them to actually go anyway. Now, not just those fearful cases of the mother who's taking the child, that's where the report goes, but man, it takes a lot. And so it shouldn't be asking for too much for those community members who are concerned with the spread of coronavirus in their community and what that containment strategy looks like. For some communities like Sacramento, they do have a thorough communication pipeline that has resources and links for everything from the small businesses there and their response, places where they can get food for those who are the most vulnerable and susceptible to having a bad gut reaction to the coronavirus and so forth. Places like Sacramento. But we know small little towns like those in Mississippi may not have access to the plenty resources like we have there in Sacramento, California. And so for that, it requires community members, real men, to sit in the room, have the conversation, and break down the information. As long and as boring as that might be. Just in case you forgot, that is Caesar. Trench work, mark of Nard and B. Man, salute to them dudes because they gave this is clutch. When I needed information, it was available. Good evening, B1. This is B1 Brother Moses rocking live, giving this real peer review. And if you're still rocking with me, then you know that this information is high level, probably should have been classified information if you want to get down to it. I do big docs. And this is at the end of this, you will see just how impactful this big doc is. And so I'm going to jump back into the actual content, but every once in a while, I know I got to make it more relevant to those people who are here. And so I'm going to pick up where we left off there on the malaria report. I gave the abstract in the background. I gave you the information of its primary source there, the World Health. That's where they get the money and all that type of good shit. I got it all the way down and landed the plane there in Zanzibar, where it was a high malaria transmission space, and gave you the information so far that said, well, we think that it's possible in a low transmission space, low to moderate, but if it is a moderate to high transmission space, we're just not sure that it can be, it's unclear. And then I told you that it sounded a little bit funny, which drove me to get even more into the psyche of the people who were doing this shit at the ground. And so I'm going to give you the conclusion now, and then we're going to jump back into the real information. See, I know you want the bullet notes, but for some of us, we like to go just a bit further. And I'm going to take my time when I do it. Thanks for rocking with us. B1 Brother Moses, salute, and thanks to everybody that's joined me in this. Be sure to like and subscribe if you know somebody that likes this kind of content. Share it with them. Maybe they don't watch this one. Maybe they watch a second of it. But share it with them so that they have access to this type of information moving forward. Thank you for that in advance. The abstract conclusion. Zanzibar provides new evidence of the feasibility of reaching uniquely significant and sustainable malaria reduction, pre-elimination in a previously high endemic region in sub-Saharan Africa. The data highlight constraints I'll say it again. The data highlight constraints of optimistic prognostic modeling studies. New challenges, mainly with outdoor transmission, i.e. our response here is social distancing, a large asymptomatic parasite reservoir. And when I say large, when I hear those words come together, a large asymptomatic parasite reservoir, I'm thinking of they've let those people out who just felt a little sick. And it was like but it was actually the coronavirus. And they were positive, but they weren't confirmed positive. All right, they weren't actually tested, but they were positive, and it wasn't just the flu, it was actually coronavirus. They are positive, but unconfirmed, and they feel all right now, so they can go. That is a large asymptomatic. They're not showing symptoms. They are a parasite reservoir in these high endemic regions. This is not my words. This is the actual author. The source is going to be given to you, but it's a big docs, and I can't just put that out there like that. Let's keep moving forward. They also talk about what I was giving you, interstate commerce, right? So you have intrastate or intra-community within the community. How do you move? And then you have from community to community. And that is why it was necessary to have the mapping and surveillance technology on at all times. Now and we've heard the rumors, we would never go to Africa because their political situation is always messed up. As if you hear that from people who live in a space that there could be a disease out there that can kill women and children, the child in the stage of infancy, and it can kill them, and their government would say, hey, you're on your own, like they did with AIDS. See, you live in a space where the government doesn't intervene, where they would say, you know what, hands off the containment theory. Let nature take its course. They would say from a biblical stance, this is an act of God taking those. They would say from a Darwinist stance, let the strongest survive. They would justify it with other white people and what those old white people would think, bloodletting as a medical ritual. Bloodletting. Take that blood and smear it on a slide and look at that blood. But the bloodletting, ritualistic type of treatments, and they would take those and they would give preference to those type of treatments over even the ones that would have happened right there where it was highest. Malaria, fighting the spread, and then reducing its kill rate. But they didn't stop at the parasitic reservoir, those who already stay inside of that endemic region, that endemic zone. They stay in New York. But they also said imported infections. So those bring it on in, those travelers into a different community from some other place. That's interstate, INTER. And when we consider whether or not intra and interstate commerce should resume, I think we should have this information right there at the front of our loads, which is why I wanted to bring it out today. Moving forward, it required novel tools. I thought that was important because they're calling it the novel coronavirus, and novel tools. For them, it was a new paradigm shift to have so much access to mobile phones. But they also needed things like those mosquito nets and things. And they had different sprays that they were using inside of those spaces. It was novel tools and reoriented strategies, right? And so they couldn't just rely on old voodoo type of things. They couldn't just say, boil some lemons and you can lemonade yourself the hell out of this fear. You can mint tea yourself into survival. Now they had to reorient themselves on strategies that included new tools, novel tools. And so what we have here is just that last part. It seems like they missed it and tried to jump to the solution before they implemented any of those tools. But I digress. The rebound effect that they were trying to prevent. You'll hear that spread through the media. Oh, the coronavirus can come back, or the rebound effect. And then achieving elimination, something that is a far off thing for me. I think they're giving up on this idea of eliminating coronavirus and moving to the living with coronavirus. I think that's where most minds are. I'm not quite there. I'm still in the mindset that says, I don't want that shit. I don't want my kids to have it. I would rather have the more protection measures in place than less protection measures. I would rather a less likelihood of my family and us contracting the coronavirus than a higher likelihood. I don't want to be higher risk. I don't want to be in a transmission area that becomes high transmission. I don't want to be in an area that becomes high probability for transmission. I don't want none of that shit. But that's the type of shit that they just expect to be written off in somebody's mind. No, don't want it to happen. From the top to the bottom, Exhibit A, that small committee that then feeds its communication into the Health Post, which we have a pretty reliable infrastructure ecosystem, if I say so myself. They do have the data and systems and a consolidated few number of systems software provider. They got the ability there. The technological infrastructure is in place here. And then they move to a bigger building, which is the district health unit and environmental program. And so there are spaces that had been designated for continued communications. And then you move that data and that communication, you move that from the district health unit to the Ministry of Health National Malaria Control Program. Now, that's the one that gets its direct orders from the World Health Organization, as you'll see a little bit later. They give their funding from a global health trust or a global health trust, and that trust is like the World Bank. Something similar of a relationship like that. Bottom line would be the funding that would be stopped is for the operating of spaces like that, and that we track area and saying whatever resources you're spending there, we're going to need to spend that in places like New York and in places like San Francisco. And you also have that additional databases there. I'm thinking that additional databases is the partnerships that are already there with like Apple and Google. Let me know what you think. I'm also dropping in the company Amazon as an additional database just for their logistics, their ability to move actual products to the household. Now, the information and communications, which is what you see this is primarily about. This is about that 5G conversation. Keep up. Maybe I'm talking too fast. And then you have B on the bottom, communications and data. Being streamed at the center there from that additional database. But now it's not just an additional database, it is centralized. Malaria elimination database. Right now, you can go to some type of coronavirus.org and it will have information pertaining to coronavirus, just like they're a malaria elimination database. But the progression of that coronavirus.org here in America would have to base its success on what was actually successful that reduced it there. And there it said it is a number of things, including this, which is the big surveillance that everybody else says, aha. So you got the community interacting with the malaria database, i.e. an app, which is the same thing that I was saying in the Roland Martin live stream as a chatter there. They also communicate with the Health Post. See, they have to have a place where they can go in society directly. They can't be expected to stay indoors, but they can't come out in the rest of society with the rest of us. They got a place to go from their little village. And from their little village, they go to the health post. And if you're like B1 Brother Moses, or you look at it from a military lens, that is something that you would have to consider for yourself, which is why I would say, no, I don't want to be no registry that makes me, I can only go to the health post. Physically, I can only go to the malaria elimination database and the health post. Thing they're talking physical on this study, they're focusing only on communication and data. B1 Network, Brother Moses, this is a media platform, and it is up to us to continue to give information that we need. And so from there, I'm going to take this conversation to the next layer, which is actually having that conversation. Look, this is peer-reviewed reports. I try to find them on open source. But from that peer-reviewed source, I'm going to give you the title that you can actually click on and get that link, because I do want to make sure I'm properly giving that. I could be stronger with the way that I cite and source information or have it on the screen, but I don't want to. I want to leave it as it is and let that research ride, because somebody else may be able to click on that report and get something else out of it other than myself. But I do want to make sure I have it. And now what you'll see here is a 20 August 2018 reviewed report. And when they say peer reviewed, what I want to know, the report that was actually reviewed was from high to low malaria transmission in Zanzibar. So it was high transmission. How did they turn it from high transmission to a lower transmission? And what I just told you is it was through the use of those type of partnerships, telecommunications. But for us in America, again, that is a violation of your privacy rights. HIPAA should not be able to do race-based type of technology interventions, but that is an intervention, and specifically down to the gender, the woman, and then now she's pregnant, and segmented the data all the way down to pregnant women inside of a community. You're going to need some type of real mapping household to household data to achieve that. And we have some of those infrastructures already built. And so this report also got into the challenges and the opportunities to achieve elimination. And so that's important here, because while some people would advocate just leave it alone and go out there, I am an advocate for containment theory. All right. I am against those who are for Trump and everybody do your own thing. I saw a video of folks like, fuck the coronavirus, or we're not afraid of the coronavirus. They were having like a sideshow. I think it was in like Ohio or something. That video was lit, but on the other hand, damn, that was reckless, is some of the comments that I read when I was watching that video. Here, though, I take it a little bit deeper than just the pop culture references. The peer review should be reviewed. Well, you're telling me that it was peer reviewed. Who? And so in this case, there were a few people that peer reviewed it. I saw two names there, or three names there. Larry Junkao, and that reminded me of Juntao. What's his name? Hey, Juntao. Who said that shit? Money Talks. Not Money Talks. Chris Tucker said that. Yeah, Juntao. That shit was hella funny when I first saw it. I had a laugh. I almost had to screenshot an image from that movie and put it on there, but I didn't want it to distract too much. But I saw that name, and then I saw Siddhartha Mohanty, and that name stuck out to me the most. Siddhartha to me kind of reminds me of like the Nation of Islam, and so for that one, it was the most triggering. And so if I got to pick between one of these reviewers and then say it was peer reviewed by, and what did they do? And I'm going to get more information now on the person who reviewed the article. I gave you the article as it was. And then I got to jump into, well, who peer review? You can't just who gave you the information, but take it the next level, presented by whom. Now I got to defend not just the source that told you what really drove those results, not a vaccination, not just the zoom in. This is Zanzibar still, you see on the map. But now who actually peer reviewed it? And so, and with that, what made them qualify to peer review some damn body? We still at the airport in Zanzibar. Don't worry, we're going to drive in for them. You see, it takes satellites to be able to get the kind of real data that we need access to. All right. And you want this satellite information to be near 100% accurate. All right, no matter where you are in the globe, when it comes time to protect you and yours, you need to have situational awareness. And no matter which of these provinces or little townships or little parts of the community, there is an interconnectedness about communities that makes intra-country or intra-state commerce important. All right, and how you interacting with whom. And from that, I'm going to move forward with the peer reviewed by whom. The peer reviewer is Siddhartha Mohanty. And as you see there, that review this person had was immunogenicity. I don't even know how to say that shit, bro. Immunogenicity. So it looks like the immune systems or the genes within the immune system or the ability of the immune system to create some more genes, something like that. Immunogenicity. Can your genes become immune to something? That looks like if you start breaking down that language by its Latin, I guess. Immunogenicity. If I had to take a wild shot at what that definition means, it would be the ability of genes to become immune. So that's important, right? Because that is a fundamental faith paradigm shocker when it comes to science. Do you believe your genes in themselves can become immune to something? If that definition holds true. Now, it might be wrong, but the immunogenicity of infectious pathogens and vaccine antigens. So the ability of not even just your gene, but also the things that they put inside of you to reproduce its ability to fight pathogens. So your natural self, your natural immune system and how it fights, and is it possible that it can win the battle 10 times out of 10? It can win the battle 9 times out of 10. It can win the battle 8 times out of 10. If you put your blood cells up against that infectious pathogen 100 times out of 100, your natural self will whip that virus ass. Or nah. That's a hell of a mind state to think about my blood cells and my immune system. And no matter what the virus is, my natural self can whoop its ass. All right, and you'll see there first name on the list is Siddhartha Mohanty, the abstract there. The concept of immunogenicity of an antigen. I won't go all the way into that. I have it on the screen. I don't want to read it verbatim. I do want to give it its due justice because we are in a endemic state and we're making some real tough decisions here. So it should have the voiceover for even the abstract. So the concept of the immunogenicity of an antigen is frequently encountered in the context of vaccine development, an area of intense interest currently due to the emergence or reemergence of infectious pathogens with the potential for worldwide spread. This was 2015. Good night. However, the theoretical notion of immunogenicity, so it's only a theory, first of all, so I like how they called that out. However, the theoretical notion of immunogenicity, as discussed in older textbooks of immunology, needs reconsideration due to advances in our understanding of immunologic responses. Immunogenicity is a property that can either be a desired attribute, for example, in the generation of an effective protective immunity against infectious pathogens, or an undesirable trait. For example, when it relates to novel therapeutic compounds and drugs where an immune response needs to be prevented or inhibited. All right, so it's good when it needs to be good, when it needs to fight against something, but it's bad when it needs to be prevented. All right, so that's dope because, sickle cell was another one of those things that they were referring to. All right, and then pre-existing conditions, if there's therapeutic compounds that are created that are going after that your pre-existing conditions just can't fight against. And so you don't want them being attacked by the same thing that they're trying to put inside of you. Moving forward, in this forum article, we aim to revisit the issue of immunogenicity to discuss a series of simple questions relevant to the concept that are frequently rephrased but incompletely resolved in immunologic literature. All right, so damn, he's going after the belief system that the genes can even fight in the first place. Or that the vaccine, even the vaccine inside of that person, can fight a battle against pathogens. He said, let's go after the whole idea. The fundamental notion is that we believe that there is something inside of this vial, these white blood cells or these antibodies. We believe theoretically that antibodies can fight pathogens. And he's saying, let's go after that in the first place. If they put somebody else's antibodies inside of you, can those antibodies fight a virus? Can they do what the belief system says, is that your antibodies, your natural antibodies, stand a chance at fighting it? The reason why they want to give you foreign antibodies is because they want to know whether or not the foreign antibodies they give you can also fight it. Now, they don't know whether or not you're likely to be able to fight it by yourself. And I guess by the time they look, and this is, whoa. All right, so number one, my issue then is you don't even know if that shit works yet and you want to test it. Number two, we don't even know if me as a host, if my body can naturally fight it. And then number three, you want me to take what happened in somebody else's body, their antibody, a foreign body or an antibody, another body, an outside body. You want that to try to come into my body and fight. I'm saying still no, because my natural might want to fight that thing too. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm not Billy Badass when it comes to producing strongest antibodies in the world. My antibodies on a scale of 1 to 10 could be a 7. And the substance that they inject antibodies, those things could be about a 9. They could be the big ass bodybuilders pumped up and steroid driven antibodies or something. They could come in a package or a substance that has some other shit in it that can even overwhelm my natural. And rather than fighting against the pathogen, my antibodies now have to turn to try to fight it. And while my antibodies were in the process of fighting a thing, there is a substance that's giving my antibodies something else to fight. It is distracting my antibodies from the real threat in front of it and focusing it on a different threat and saying that's a potential cure. No, to me, that doesn't sound like a cure. It sounds like a case study. It sounds like making my immune system a guinea pig, a highway of misinformation and mystery. Mystery being I don't know, and misinformation being the toxic relationship or spouse of mystery. Mr. E, ecstasy, I pass. But they do have a definition. Immunogenicity can be stated as the ability of a molecule or substance to provoke an immune response, or the strength or magnitude of an immune response. In this definition, the term immune response refers to an integrated systemic response to an antigen, especially one mediated by lymphocytes and involving recognition by antigens, by specific antibodies, or previously synthesized or sensitized lymphocytes. Damn. So it sounds like they're putting in a toxic combination, a petri dish of a substance where there was a war going on even inside of that petri dish. And inside of that battleground of a substance of active molecules, they want to take that substance and see how that battle plays out in the bodies of pregnant women and infants. They're asking us in America, do we want to take that same vaccination? And we have some full-blown idiots out there who would say, yeah, put mine in a pill form as long as I don't need to inject it with a needle. As long as I can chew it and swallow it, I prefer that pill than a vaccination. And they want that battle to their body and give them the right mystery or the right misinformation, they will raise their hand and volunteer for that to go on in their bodies. And take it a step further, they won't even tell us how that fight, that war played out. We don't even get the information. We don't even get the data on the African Americans whose host cells, their bodies lost that fight. Not freely. You got to go in and search for that. You got to look for Zanzibar specifically in your Google search browser and look back in 2007 if you want this data. You just got to be interested in it. But if you got interested in it enough and started reading, I think you would get to the same conclusion. The substance inside of that vial project did not provoke the intended immune system response. Brother Moses, you got to have a point. You can't just rant. My point would be, if they offered you the vaccination, I am still at this point an anti-vaxxer. My answer would be, nah, bro, you don't even want shit. At this point, you just don't know what is the content, the substance in my bloody vial. Because the other thing that could have happened, well, the immune response was not significant enough. That could be taken a number of ways. Your immune response may not have been triggered significantly. And so you felt fine. You were an asymptomatic parasite in the eyes of the pharmaceutical companies that would like to push this product. I'm going to show you that it gets a little bit deeper there, but I did want to make sure I got to the report. These were the introductory remarks. Dr. Siddhartha, not Brother Moses. I'm giving you some of me, but I'm also giving you what they said. This is the peer review of the peer review. Thanks for rocking with us as we do the work. Introductory remarks and the definition of immunogenicity. A formal definition of immunogenicity can be stated as the ability of a molecule or substance to provoke an immune response, or the strength of the magnitude of the immune response. In this definition, immune response refers to an integrated systemic response. I take that right out of context and throw it out of the grand scheme of what happened. The integrated systemic response, I look at from the lens of a pro-Black, and I tell you that it's about systems, that racism is a institutional thing, that it is about systems. And I look at it from the lens of telecommunications, and it makes sense here because we know that it was a conglomerate of measures that they took. But an integrated systemic response can also relate to your immune system and the different processes that are interconnected in that information highway within your own body. Your body as an information highway. Those molecules and cells, that 5G. And so how is your body impacted by radio waves? Excuse me. How is your body impacted by information? How is your body impacted by energy? How is your body impacted by radio waves? How is your body impacted by pathogens? How is your body impacted by antigens? What is an antigen? What is an antagonist? When your lungs are antagonized, if you have a pre-existing condition, well, you're used to a little bit of antagonizing happening to your body, to your lungs, to those tissues. You're used to feeling those pathways, those airwaves constricted. So you may know that that happens. Now take away the inability to breathe and what's naturally happening, and then add in a clogged and congested highway, one that your immune system is barely triggered to fight. It's barely triggered. It's insignificant of a trigger. It knows that you're sick, but it doesn't know how to fight it. And so even your body says, Look, I give up. I don't know what to do with that shit. So it just walks right on by that sick ass cell, that dust bite, that bite, dust bunny. Fuck it. Dust bunny. Or that previously synthesized lymphocyte. Excuse me. My adaptation of this information is for me, and I will need this later, but it's also for somebody that needs that fire inside of this information for it to stay relevant. As such, the definitions are uniquely indicative of the adaptive immune system that gives rise to adaptive immunity, vis-a-vis innate immunity, or what would have naturally happened if they just did nothing. Adaptive immunity either relays innate immunity if not succeeded in completely clearing an infection. So did your body naturally get that infected space? Did it clean it up? Did it street sweep a baby? Did it send in those folks that put them things night and them right on out of the body, moved them, whether through the gut or through something? Did you sweat it out? What happened to get that infection completely out of your system? Did you naturally do it? Thus, second line of defense against the invading or damaging agent, or it's mobilized in a straighter way when a body faces pathogens. I don't even know what that word is. I know the sentiment. Now, I may not know what the word means, but I do think I have an understanding of the sentiment. The understanding of the sentiment that I think I have, which could be wrong right here, but this is the theory they're referring to, is that because the body has fought it once, it has already developed the tools that it needs to fight it again. This is where that argument goes, where the 100 times out of 100 times, your natural cells would whoop its ass. And that theory, that it's already developed the tools post-natural or vaccine infection, that's even doper. Post-natural. So after you've been through it once, you can survive it the second time. I think that theory is bullshit. Getting through it the second time is still the same probability of did you get through it the first time. Is did your body create what it needed to fight it? And did it fight successfully, or did it actually lose the battle? I think that it's going up against a real thing, and the thing that it's going up against can win that battle in certain spaces or certain parts of the body. It can win. It can win for a period of time. It can win for in series, in space, like it could win overwhelmingly. It can rout the defenses. The initial defenses that out there, all they could do was stand around it and look at it. And the next defenses had to just form a wall. And some of the first ones that tried to move in and actually attack the damn thing, they just couldn't do shit to it. It was like beating their ass back like 300 Spartans. It was knocking them down. But maybe it develops some tools that can actually get in there and grab that thing and hold it while the rest of it starts doing its job, doing its thing, while the rest of the cells can start getting in there and kill it, ripping it to shreds. Whatever happens, it can start destroying it. It can start breaking down that fatty, that lipid, that whatever it is. It can start breaking it down, and no, not today. It can get to those ionized particles. It can get to the oxygen that it came in on and pop that balloon right there. So it's not moving. It ain't doing nothing. It ain't moving. It ain't doing nothing. Stops it in its track with that wall behind it, and it can send in, as more units get to the wall, it can send them in to breach wherever it was becoming infection, where they were growing and they were getting their numbers together, where the virus itself was forming a shield wall and moving that shield wall to certain targets. And it was smart. I assume that the thing is smart anyway. It's at least is smart enough to survive host from host with that it's moving. Now, I don't know if it's a human brain. I think we can outthink it, but for it to reproduce itself as a basic characteristic is a basic element of smarts. It's doing something to survive, and its survival mode is greatest in places like New York and San Francisco. Message: lock them down, stay locked. This line of defense has to succeed. And in order for it to succeed, certain conditions need to be satisfied. See, I am about containment theory. And while they want to make containment theory something that it's not, and they want to run from it talking about martial law, I'm talking about the martial law that has to go down inside of the human body and where they're getting their information. And I just break it down into a story. You know, I try to keep it lit with these military references. But certain condition that has to be satisfied, number one, instructions for the non-self pathogen have to be conveyed. Information has to be shared. You got to give some form of directions on number one, how does it engage that thing over there? And that instruction has to be conveyed from innate immune cells to professional or ad hoc antigen presenting cells. Those that says, I got the tools I need. And those that said, well, I'm totally against you. Number two, a favorable environment has to be generated that facilitates cell recruitment and growth and inhibits, I don't know what that means, apoptosis. Apoptosis. I would say something like that just to remind myself to check it out later. And attrition of effector cells. I definitely know what attrition of effector cells alludes to. That war of attrition happens. Sometimes you got that wall up and it can keep sending units faster than your wall is sending units. And now your wall is a real protective barrier and one where they can get tired of throwing punches. I'll give you a vision here. A gang fight that is more than just a head up, when it is a number of you and your side and a number of them and their side, and everybody is expected to throw punches for a period of time. That battle that wages, and including those who are inside of that skirmish who feel like they have the tools they need to survive this skirmish, including those cells. But sometimes they can face attrition, like when they need more bullets, or they even really have the full training to use the tools that they had. And so for them, the fight was going to be a little bit shorter of a fight, but they was going to do their part. Nonetheless, there was no other options. When it came to survival cell against cell, the virus's cells wanted to survive just as bad as your immune system wanted to take it out, to knock it off, to cut it short, to dead it. But attrition of infector cells, not only by local T, the ones that were already there, the ones that were being invaded, but also in draining lymphoid tissues such as lymph nodes, to which the pathogens are transported by specialized cells. All right, so they cars, like they shooting up cars and everything, whatever it is, a big oxygen tank that they rolled on, a good inhale, or maybe, whoa, transported specialized cells. Maybe those are some bigger ones that's moving through the system right there. That system, they bigger. Anyway, they specialize. We know that, right? We know that's right. I give me one of them bulletproof vehicles, like 50 or something. That's what it sounds like. But number three, though, so they're talking about some of the conditions that have to be satisfied for a successful line of defense. Number three is adaptive immunity principally relies on stringently recognized epitopes. I don't even know what that means. Geez, they use big words. My basic level of even going to college and taking biology and all of that shit, I still don't know what some of these words means. Now, when I break them down to like epi and then topes, I can make it make sense. But naturally, it's not a word that I use enough to just randomly know what that means without having to stop there and tell you I don't know what that means. This is how you know I didn't. This was why you know it has to come from the source and the source of source. This is the person who claimed to be a peer reviewer of primary source there in Zanzibar, the Zanzibar study being the place where malaria was high, and they studied it and they used that information, the World Health Organization, and then thus there was a conversation being had about this chloroquine or clonidine, this vaccination. And that vaccination being recommended for use here in America, as well as if you go to the Johns Hopkins University and their data, you'll see what they're talking about using antibodies from people who are said to have recovered from coronavirus. They're considering using those and putting them in the blood of other humans. And they're considering doing that right now. And I'm going to tell you that battle is being waged in communication, and those communication lines, I don't know what happens when you hear it. I hear it. It triggers me to get back to the information. Let me see something real quick here. I know I get real long-winded. These rants are for the life of us. They talk about it from the lens of death. I'm talking about it from the lens of sales. This information is vital. And those Africans that you see there are those leaderships that were represented there during the study. This information is going to shift back to them. But right now we have the peer review, and they want you to review the reviewer. They want to say, well, who peer reviewed it in that open source information? The immunologists, whatever you call those folks, epidemiologists, and all of those folks, and their information. See, what we're asking for is the information for the African Americans who were infected or positive carriers of the coronavirus. What we're asking for is that we not be excluded from those stimulus checks based off of our filing or our tax filings, 2 years, previous 2 years. Asking for is non-discriminatory practices in the dissemination of information and who gets to share that information with whom and why. The shadow banning in media and the censorship. What we're asking for is a lot. We're asking for the right to self-govern and even to self-actualize. On a deeper level, we're asking for the right to be anti-vaxxers. If you don't want to be somebody who has to gets a vaccination, you ought to have that right. And now what you're also asking for then is for the right to remain silent, because anything you say that can and will be used against you, if that is that duty to report, you're asking for the right to shut the hell up. And if you felt sick and you told somebody, does that mean that you now get a mandatory screening and then thus you're in the study, vaccination and all of that shit? Heavy information, so let's get back into it. I did want to check back with the chat. Thanks for rocking with us. See how long I was on there, but more importantly, see if we still had some folks that was here rocking with us. We do. Just wanted to share that this information did come from a source, and some of the things that they said was to analyze the theory. But let's jump into the real meat and potatoes one more time. Adaptive immunity either relays innate immunity, which is your natural self to fight it, if it has not succeeded in completely clearing an infection by a pathogen, thus serving as a second line of defense against the invading or damaging agent, or is mobilized. So you got to get it to the it is mobilized in a straighter way when the body faces pathogens. I still don't know what that word means. Moieties, to which it has already developed tools, post-natural or vaccine infection. For this line of defense to succeed, certain conditions need to be satisfied. Instructions for engaging that thing, they have to be relayed. They tell you about the concept of immunogenicity. Is also connected inextricably with the issue of immune memory. There's another theory you got to think about, which is the one that says, well, my natural self, I fought it one time. Why did I get sicker? Why does it feel like my sickness is hitting harder than it used to hit? Because somewhere in our minds, we believe that our bodies, our immune system is a thing that can 100 out of 100 whoop the hell out of whatever thing comes inside of our bodies. We believe that to be true, number one, because we believe in vaccinations. I thought I got some vaccinations that was supposed to fight against this shit and protect me from this shit. The answer is, well, that depends on what you believe about vaccinations. Number two, I thought I've already had this, like chickenpox. So therefore, if I've had it once, then my immune system knows what to do. That is a theory. immune memory. Immune memory is a theory. It is an idea and a concept. It is something to believe in when it comes to people who believe in this science. And that is typically going to be people who probably believe in Darwinism too. It's probably going to be the other side. It's probably not going to be from the hearts and minds of those who get information the most. All right. Immune memory, which can be generated in the central or peripheral immune system, is a hallmark of adaptive immunity and is one of the major outcomes of an effective specific response. Indicators of effective immunity include the sustained production of effector lymphocytes and conversely, on the other end of that, the development of tolerance. So those viruses, that family of coronaviruses, it's just like the common cold. In fact, the common cold is just another type of it. Well, it can also, what does they call it? Polymorphism or whatever, if you want the big words. The immunogenicity of an antigen is instrumental in directing antigen-specific lymphocytes with a dedicated response pathway. So not only do you need your body to be able to generate the soldiers that can fight, but they also have to know how to get there. How do they get exactly where the threat is? And so whatever part of your system that is mostly impacted has to be able to start screaming for help. If your body doesn't know how to scream for help because everything that was at the point of contact is getting annihilated by this thing, i.e. those people who get severely sick end up needing a ventilator, going from I just feel fine to now I feel extra mentally worse, to saying this is not a regular cold, to calling the police, to getting themselves hospitalized with an ambulance ride or whatnot, to being in a hospital and then saying I need a ventilator. That time period where their body was being attacked and it was hitting a little bit different. And the threat of that in this world being said, well, no, that's just a risk that we're just going to have to accept, is bullshit, but it's real. And it deserves some attention. So we're going to have that conversation in the way that we need it, which is driven with emotion and passion, but also laced with the facts. The actual studies from the people who studied the very thing that they said we are now fighting here. Now, they fought a malaria, but what we are fighting here is the communication system. We are fighting against this testing thing. We are fighting against vaccination. See, those pregnant women in Zanzibar, those infants did not have the right to say no. And many of them had already fallen for the okie doke about these diseases anyway. And others, well, it was just probably generally accepted inside of their communities that they were going to die anyway. But that does not have to be us. And so the conversation is necessary. Break. Because there is information from the SBA, U.S. Small Business Administration, if you would rather focus on getting your business off the ground. And maybe you're somebody that wants to deliver information that we can find useful. I would say disabled veterans business program qualifications, that is one hell of a business. And being able to leverage the tools and resources to communicate directly with other veterans has its bonuses and benefits. Like being able to start hunting groups or Pershing rifles clubs, for example. Having a network of people who you don't have to experience paranoia or schizophrenia or PTSD, MST, or any other pre-existing condition alone with, or having somebody that you can just Zoom and have a conference call with if your world starts to feel like the Jetsons, for example, and back to the information. Because you know me, I can go on a good rant, extra good rant. But we need to be fearless, so let's hop back into that information with a little bit of music for this next segue, because the information only gets colder. 4. Indicators of an effective immunity include the sustained production of those lymphocytes. You got to get the tool. You got to get the ones with the real tools. Back to the gang fight. Some of theirs have the real tools to take out anything that's coming up against it. And right now, this novel coronavirus has some tools that the human body to this point has no immuno memory tool. It has no memory. It has no memory or recollection of this type of battle. And all it can probably do is try to draw information from previous battles in the past to help equip it towards fighting these new battles inside the body. And the risk is that, 80% of the time, you recover with nothing, man, you're going to be good. But risk is also of it escalating and overwhelming, it being those pathogens or whatever you want to call it, it being those antigens or whatever you want to call it, it being that foreign substance that has invaded those cells and it taking over those pathways. Now, me and my household, we would prefer not to have those pathways congested. We would rather have the information free to flow between us as living humans, and we would rather prefer to be protected or more protection rather than less. But in general, the greater the immunogenicity of an antigen, the smaller the amount of antigen required to elicit an immune response. The more robust the recall responses, peripheral memory, and higher the affinity of the target interaction. So if it's robust, if it's already an intricate system, it has communities that can communicate with the smaller local center to a department to a information database. If it has all of that, then there's a higher likelihood of it being able to centralize that information, get it on target, knock out whatever it was that was there. If it's not as robust, then you're going to have some challenges. I conflate because I'm talking about both the information and the information highway between our bodies. I use them one and the same, and that's my correlation to 5G and the coronavirus. But we move forward. There are other sources like the U.S. Congress on a Global Health, a primer there by Kelly Moss and Jennifer Cates, February 20th, 2019. I'm trying to see these correlations where the U.S. Congress, that legislative body of the U.S. government that plays an important role in determining and shaping the government's global health policy and programs. Although only one of many USG entities involved in global health, its engagement has been particularly notable over the last 15 years, which have been marked by unprecedented bipartisan support for the U.S. global health efforts, and resulted in authorization of the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, the U.S. government's coordinated response to global HIV, and the largest program focused on a single global health issue in the world, as well as the appropriation of significantly increased funding. Indeed, Congress fulfills a key role in the U.S. global health policy by setting the broad parameters and priorities. I hate that right there. That hurts because I'm an African American. I'm black. I'm a nigga. And it's often that niggas are not high priorities for our government. In our lives, don't get me on that tangent. But the U.S. global health programs, determining their funding levels and overseeing the implementation and effectiveness of supported efforts. Its activities in this area are complemented and influenced varying degrees by those of numerous stakeholder groups and individuals that, while not examined in this primer, are key actors in the policy-making process. That's what I believe, which is why I pulled in some of these more primary sources. Such stakeholders include advocates, which I say there are African American advocates like myself who say the best interests of African Americans will be in having strong and informed advocates. I share information for those who are also advocates of that same cause. There are others who share information that is specifically for other groups. But here on the B1 Network, it's important for us to share the information that's most relevant to us, and I do not apologize for doing so, especially given those health disparities. I wasn't going to go on that rant, but if they are responsible for it and they have the policies and they single global health issues and all of that, HIV, so Atlanta is a space that could benefit more greatly. These PEPFAR or President's Emergency Plan for AIDS, you know what I'm saying? These type of big government global health policies and programs, and that funding, that significant increase in funding, where do they send that money and where do they send those resources? If not to the most vulnerable here in America, I would tell you places like Zanzibar. Yeah, oh yeah, and we're going to get it. Such stakeholders include advocates, the private sector. I gave you 3 that I think are the biggest ones. I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole of pharmaceutical companies. Think tanks, which, yeah, I would say that when it comes to having think tanks, the African-American sector is one hell of a think tank. We're not a, whatever it is, a monolith. You got so many different various spaces that will give you the same type of information or similar topics, but from different perspectives that you got to respect it itself as a think tank. And if you're going to be asking for Facebook to play a bigger role in stopping the spread and its ability to violate privacy by saying, well, these people already shared their privacy with us. They already shared their location with us. They already shared their right for us to use their posts as information and trends and hashtags and shit. If that's the case, if you're looking to have that partnership with a Apple or somebody that can take the sound of your voice and make the sound of your voice something that can be used against you in the court of opinion, no, in the court of law, no, it could be used against you in the ICU, nigga. When you're at that point, an endemic state, then you're going to need think tanks. And I would say that the African-American sentiment is one that gives you an abundance of rich information and perspective from those who are, you know, their kids got to go to school. And so if that means everybody should have vaccinations and tetanus shots and this, that, and the third, then their kids, they're right in line with the vaccinations. But then you also have that part of the Black community that says anti-vaxxers. It was like, nah, vaccinations not here, will not be your biological petri dish, will not be that space for the substance inside of a needle or inside of a pill form. You know, those naturopathy believers, those who believe that there's a diet that's good, that believe there are certain vegetables, there are certain teas and things like that that are better than medicine. Those folks, you can also get that inside of the Black think tank. But you can also find that plethora of information available at academic institutions such as Tuskegee. One of the driving forces for what makes me the most fearful is my knowledge of the syphilis or the Tuskegee experiment. Makes me question it, drives me to trigger when they say, here's the vaccination I think people should have for the coronavirus. And you ask them, what do you mean vaccination? And they say, this is something that had great success in malaria or fighting malaria. And I say, oh, did it? What is your source? And they say, well, the World Health Organization has so much data, you pick it. So then I take it. Well, let's see what the World Health Organization did and said. And then I bring that to the people for them to decide. That's what happens as an academic institution. We have ours. And then religious communities and organizations currently told they can't convene, but they still play a role in the dissemination of information as a belief system. Maybe they want to preach that this is from the Bible, this is God, this is a plague. Or maybe they want to say, times like these, we have to bear together. Something like that. They want to preach. They want to use the Dr. Jerome Adams voice, the Surgeon General, right? And they want to say, we shall overcome the coronavirus. They want to say it's something like that, those religious communities and their organizations. But then Stakeholders could also include people directly affected by global health issues, such as people living with said diseases, pre-existing conditions. That's what we're still advocating. We're still protecting Obamacare. We're still doing our part here as advocates, as activists. We are still making it known that there is a health disparity that exists. We're still making it known that at risk is a very, very important issue. And oftentimes it gets drowned out by just cut the check politics. $1,200? Nah, not a significant investment, not righting the wrong. It's definitely not reparations. And the argument is we still deserve it and need it right now. Congressional engagement, though. Congressional engagement in global health is carried out by the two chambers of Congress. We know this, the United States House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. They're members, committees, and caucuses. Now, that's important, right? Because there's members, there are committees. That's the big one, these committees, right? And then the caucuses, to which I tend to be a little bit more critical of when it comes to our leadership. That's right there. It's a global health issue. We know that. We know that there is a certain chain of command. And in that system, that integrated system, we know that there are links to not only the financial institutions, not only the educational ecosystem, which is the shutting down of schools, but also the ecological condition of our people. And because of that, you have to bring in a few of those legislative branch agencies and offices. IRS is one, and this one, the Congressional Budget Office, Government Accountability Office, Congressional Research Services, which is what I feel this content falls under, is congressional level research right now and very relevant. Not as entertaining as strippers, but it's what we need. Committees. Within each chamber, the work of Congress is generally performed by smaller groups of members known as committees. Committees examine issues under their jurisdiction. I would just say this is the B1 network, and then I would move forward, saying that there is strength in numbers and then running it from there. But there are more than 10 congressional committees whose work relates to global health. I had to put that out there because there are a lot of hands in the pot that gives away that healthcare money from communities in small towns like Mississippi. They may not have access to what you have access in your privileged space. If you felt like there was an emergency, you feel pretty safe and comfortable that if you did start feeling sick, you have access to somebody that can get you better. See, not only have you moved from the space of theory about your immune system and your immune system's ability to fight, you've moved into a position of illusion that somebody else is going to be able to save your life. You trust this system. You trust it all the way. Tell me you don't. I know I don't. That's why we have the information being broken down. 10 congressional committees. We can find all 10 of those and have that information there. But you know, this is big boy docs material here. If you click on those links, they're going to put some cookies on your computer to track who it is that wants to know about the primary jurisdiction. Under whose authority was that decision made? I'm going to keep moving forward because these 6 are the House Committee of Foreign Affairs. We know that's big. Every time they win, it is like a part of our immune system has just been defeated. Every time foreign affairs gets a bigger budget than domestic affairs has to look at that opportunity cost and say, but what about Cleveland? The Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, the Committee on Energy and Commerce, the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. What is that one? Help Committee. And in a pandemic, a global pandemic, you definitely need help because it is outside of your control. And the only thing that they can tell you is that you're on your own and you don't have the means to protect yourself from the coronavirus, and neither do they have a solution from leadership to give you, which is why we have to keep each other informed and keep each other on our toes. We don't let this conversation get drowned out by more popular and funny topics. No, we give the information, we let it last in perpetuity, and thus that energy is in the world. But I'm gonna read it one more time in case it went over their heads. The Senate Committee on Health, which is there are some impactful health disparities that we should be talking about right now. Education, they shut down nearly every school in America for an extended period of time. Labor, they even had to try to cut checks to big businesses' payroll protection program. And then pensions, because they said the most vulnerable will be our elders, and their ecological condition is very suspect. They are depending on you. Help Committee. Now that's huge because we're talking about primary jurisdiction over most global health programs and funding, and we don't want to miss it. We don't want to lose out because we didn't have the information we actually needed when we needed to have that information. We don't want our communication, we don't want our pathways blocked. We don't want our soldiers distracted from the real threat. We want our soldiers with clear sight. We want them now. So what are you asking for? Where are our soldiers at? Caucuses. You already know how I feel about this. And so I won't go too far, but I will bring out, this is the rabbit hole of information. So I will bring out as a source for the information. Among current caucuses, there are nearly 10 related to global health, including the Congressional Global Health Caucus. So information from them will be pertinent if you want key sources. What we want is our sources, our information about African Americans. And so getting that down to race-based information, we have to follow up. So like and share. Maybe there's somebody that you know that likes this type of information, and they are the ones who are willing to actually take next steps and look these folks up. Big docs documenting, or the big snitching. Fuck it. Well, we call it what it is. Our government and our leadership's response. Who has the primary jurisdiction or the authority down to the person? The caucus and the member. Who is it that's really responsible? If you say the government is complicit, then right now you need to know who that is, and that information is now chronicled and timelined. It moves forward because there is the Congressional HIV/AIDS Caucus. There is the Tuberculosis Elimination Caucus, the Congressional Caucus on Malaria, which is the source that I rock with here, and Neglected Tropical Diseases. That is the journal or group of doctors that I pull sources from as well in this very presentation. And then they have the Senate Caucus on Malaria. So you see not just the congressional, but the Senate has one also on malaria, thus the need for the full conversation. If this is about malaria, then we got to go to Zanzibar. And we got to see what Zanzibar said. The House Hunger Caucus, I think that one's important. And the Senate Hunger Caucus are also important because I tell you, food oases are nothing to shake a stick at. They said that you can see Appendix B, so I will say it out loud for a listing of global health-related caucuses and their leadership during the 116th Congress. If you want to take this information and research further, that is another point right there for you, those who really engage in the information and take it to the next level. the role and key activities. Congress is responsible. Not the individual household, not the you are on your own, not the I'm going to give you an order that when you walk outside, you should have a mask on. You don't just get the order, you need the emergency kit for those who are most vulnerable. Where is the actual emergency kit that they needed? Not after they need it, but when they need the emergency, like they used to sing 911's a joke. Flavor Flav, the flavor of real love is one that relates to the individual. Not Pookie, not Ray Ray, not the educated lame, not the brightest among you, not the citizen journalist, not B1 Network Brother Moses, but Congress is responsible for determining the broad outlines and priorities of the U.S. global health efforts. Congress is responsible for providing the funding for USG agencies and departments to carry them out and overseeing the conduct and impact of these efforts. Impact. Congress fulfills this role through an array of activities, which generally fall under two broad umbrellas: introducing, considering, and passing legislation, and carrying out oversight activities, including confirming presidential appointees to key USG global health positions. That's huge. But for me, it also speaks to the surveillance piece. Information systems to support surveillance for malaria elimination. This was one of the strongest reports that I could find. It said robust and responsive surveillance systems are critical for malaria elimination. The ideal information system that supports malaria elimination includes rapid and complete case reporting. In our case, you know, we're asking for that race-based data. That's more than a checkbox to us. You can keep trying to find the information and the health treatments that work best for those old white men and old white women. But for us, we do not want them experimenting with our pregnant women and infants. Not at all. We don't want them saying, well, this kind of worked here, and the studies there said that if we did a mixture of this and this and using what they think will work best on our pregnant women and infants, we don't want them experimenting with our people. The answer is still no. But we have some people, even in our community, that would raise their hand and say, well, try it, nigga, try it. Go on, if it's the pill, give me the pill. And there ain't nothing that we could do to wake them up when they're closing off our communication pathways. Nothing that we could do about it, but just be proud and share the information, and hopefully it shares itself organically. Irresponsible leadership, I would say, and discriminatory leadership, and a civil rights violation, I would say, if they are in control of the surveillance and are eliminating the real information that needs to get out by controlling telecommunications. But I digress. I won't make it about race while it's about race. If I was going to make it about race, I would say, how the fuck is it that these white boys got access to the information that came out of Zanzibar? Embarrassing to say the least, but those black men sitting at those tables, they have their own people in Zanzibar. None of these motherfuckers that go to London School of Parade Music, I don't know, wherever they went, whatever they majored in, these respected doctors that people respected doctors, these folks here have access that we don't even have. Who the fuck is that? Colin Ort. But not only can they get that information, they can give you some pretty detailed reports about the surveillance of your people, those women, those infants, and how that project helped eliminate malaria. To me, it's just a weird looking white person watching households through their cameras or their camera phones. Or maybe they're just using a satellite and mapping technology. But in any event, they get access to the dot. They get access to the information. That race-based dot then is used in context. Context 1. For malaria control aims to estimate the burden of malaria and form popular level programs, whereas surveillance for malaria elimination strives to capture and respond to every malaria case. Every malaria case. Here in America, it's not just the total confirmed, because you know that there are so many that you can't even confirm. So instead of just saying total confirmed, you just need to say every COVID-19 case and be done with it. Whether they know it or not, you suppose that if they are in a high-risk endemic zone, that they are potential malaria case. Coronavirus case. An ideal elimination information system to support surveillance and response activities collects. See, the rest of this information is code. And it transmits data about cases. So the actual person that is infected, they are now transmitting data. It incorporates data from other existing surveillance systems in real time. Wow. So not only do you know where exactly they are and what they're doing, but it's in real time. Okay. And analyzes data to inform rapid response strategies, i.e. what I would tell you is drones. That would probably be the best one. If you can't do the drones, then you got to make it, non-invasive cell phones, mobile alerts. And if you've watched any of my previous streams, you also see the business plan for that is available in an open space as my contribution. You're welcome. To achieve these aims, the system requires several key features. I jump around. Because what was important there is that we know that it wasn't just one or two people who were looking at this information, but that it was peer reviewed. And not just peer reviewed, but it also has to be peer reviewed on a scale level, one that uses timelines, actual locations, things like that, real information, number of cases. All right. It has to give us enriching information that we can build upon. So Eritrea, and they were looking at the malaria cases there and their elimination process. I would say here, like you see here, looking at the New York data, comparing it to the Chicago, comparing it to the Maryland, comparing it to the Washington, comparing it to the San Francisco and other, and not just looking at the people, not just looking at the politics, but also looking at polymorphism, looking at the actual virus itself. Eritrea is not my concern. Mine is hoping to drive this home, because they can distract you with a 5G conversation saying it's caused by the cell phone, or they can say this information is about what happens at the cellular level. However they say it, whether they're saying it's that it's caused by the cell phone and we think that that is a mystery or misinformation, or they say we're talking about what happens at the cellular level, they've both said the same thing, in my opinion. I loved this one. This was the tips and tools for a virtual country dialogue. So they're going to talk about high telecommunications capacity, medium telecommunications capacity, low telecommunications capacity. I'm like, wow, they really went in when it came to analyzing the success rate on what really prevented the spread. They really went in. And I really liked it because the source that they gave me was the Global Fund. I am a capitalist guy. I am a part of a capitalist nation, is how you say it. I am a guide to bigger information, like the big docs would then be if they're giving the money away that could have went to a low budget, shoestring budget clinic in Cleveland. Where are they giving it to, and who is giving it away, and why? And so we carry the conversation forward, that hopefully somebody is able to do some deeper research on the Global Fund. And so we can see who it is that's exactly giving this information and for what, and how are they getting that information out, and what are they doing with it? Because we don't want our communication pathways clogged. Nah, we're looking for antigens. We're looking for antibodies, even in our own communities. Information sharing. This was huge here, this virtual inclusive dialogue and its guide notes that I'm sharing here with you. This was huge. This is a big docs. Because this global health thing was talking about inclusive dialogue. And they're making information like malaria a priority, and they're giving guidance that can help businesses survive in this space. And it's deep. Checking the webinars, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Zoom, WebEx. Shit, we already doing a B1 network. Salute. And they're saying that is high-level telecommunications. Now, one of the things that you'll see here in the B1 network and in other similar content type spaces is a hell of a lot of censorship. Our numbers seem to be low. Why is that? Well, to each their very own. I'm glad I put this page here because that cued me for one hell of a... I'm shutting the music off because now we're getting back to where the real data is. So warning right now, triggering content alert. My disclaimer for the previous and now's information. Content shared contains materials from unlicensed sources, links available upon request, mostly PDF screenshots, all rights reserved, prepared and presented for educational purposes without claim to ownership. Except for the contracts that I have in licensing of the music and some of the images that I've used. A lot of this is just regular open source, and some of this is other content information that needed to be repackaged, redistributed, and shared. Like what you see on the screen when they were actually sharing their information using cartoon type caricatures of those Africans, those pregnant women and their infants, and how they were teaching them to hopefully inform them enough that they might survive malaria inside of their own homes, naturally, as well as using this vaccination. All right, trigger warning. This is where it starts getting deep. Child with fever suspected of malaria is how you know, if that's where they're starting, that this information is about to get heavy. Trigger warning. I might want to cut this information off. Yeah, I'm going to pick up right here at my trigger warning on my next live stream. Let me see how long I've been on and see if now is an actual good time. This is where the information gets so heavy, I'm not even sure if I want to share it right now. Let's see. Brother George was in with us at 9:49, still rocking. Luciano was rocking. That's what's up. And salute. Midtown Pookie was rocking. Chaos Rain. Those are the names of some of the folks who was rocking with us live. B1 salute, man. I'm thinking right now, if there's somebody still rocking with us, if you drop a fire sign in the chat right now, I'll keep going. But I got to tell you that this is the trigger warning, and it's there for a real reason. The information that moves forward from here, let me show my face as I'm saying this. If we got one that is still rocking with us in the chat and you drop that fire sign, I will move into the more heated information. But this is a trigger warning alert. Let me give 5 minutes real quick or some time to see if we get one that would like to see it. And in fact, let me jump to a whole different PowerPoint before I go there. I got to jump to a completely different PowerPoint to make sure that we are ready for this trigger warning. I'm going to jump to this whole different PowerPoint here, this March 15th, 2020. Why am I heated? Because we got information. We told you on March 15th, there was only 162,000 world cases. Now we're up to over 2 million. There's 75,620 were considered to be totally recovered in the world. It was about half of the number that they had said was confirmed. What happened? Somewhere along the lines, America jumped up, and Spain and Italy. And when we jumped up, boy, did we jump. There were so many positive confirmed cases out there that it made people even question what is a positive confirmed case. 196,000 as the end of day approached in one day. So 20,000 more in one day is what started happening. That is the real information. And they were considering whether to bring U.S. to a standstill. I still can't say that, tongue twister. And even today, they are considering whether or not to free up America from the standstill. And it's going to be important because we know that the race to the cure is one that involves these vaccinations that we're going to have to consider. And if they say malaria, we should know about malaria then. So they press that panic button, and we see our brother, Dr. Jerome Adams, Dr. Adams there in the background, a part of the U.S. task force. Back at that time, some of the things that they were talking about was that payroll tax relief. That is something that is still important for us as we fight to overcome the coronavirus. Not that we fight to do it. And not just panic, we need to know how to contain the coronavirus itself, not just the media, not just how do we stop people from speaking about it, but how do you actually get that first line of defense in the body? Is it natural, or is it something that requires a pill or something, hospitalization? So told you about that, told you about Mr. Come On Brother, him and his mixed family that he has. And I told you that that brother reminds me of two individuals, light-skinned Michael Eric Dyson and Mario Van Peebles. All right. Let me check back and see. Then we are good. Let me keep rocking then. Trigger warning right there. That second one, seek care at a well-resourced and staffed health center. So those spaces that they had established, tested for malaria. That is that thumb prick or that bloodletting ritual that they then can smear, then a correct diagnosis made. So you have to be able to test for malaria, and then you have to be able to make a correct diagnosis. That's going to be a challenge for us if we don't have the information about the pre-existing conditions in the first place. How can you make a correct diagnosis if you don't even have the information that says what happens when A meets B? Get me off of this screen. Talk about it. If they can't make a correct diagnosis because of the health disparities that exist, or because of the data, the lack of data that they needed, there weren't enough studies conducted in the first place to know how it interacts with the African American body, then we are at a strategic disadvantage. And so if they can't test us because we're too poor, and they can't diagnose because they don't have the studies or the information, it would stop right there with the child with the fever suspected of, and then the seeking of care. But what we would find is that where they seek care are not places that are well-resourced and staffed for that health concern. But let's just say they got that right. Open that situation back up. This pregnant woman that I told you was the one they were running this experiment, on. They got the image of her and her infant, this African woman, in places like Zanzibar. And they're giving her a cartoon character with a black doctor, black man, black. I don't know if you could call him black. I think black is more of an American term. So here we're going to say that this isn't, we know what it is. It's Zanzibar. This is their actual information. But we're going to, excuse me. There's one more thing that I need to do, which is take the branding off there so you can see that. We are still live. Y'all know that. So we'll keep rocking. But I want you to be able to see the image. It started with the sick baby and that mother who was so fearful that she grabbed that baby up in her arms and she left and she went to a place that she thought she could seek care. And when she got there, she and that baby were tested for coronavirus. In this case, it was malaria. That doctor then had to have the ability to make correct diagnosis. It couldn't be a false negative. It needed to be the correct information. We know that we don't have that capability there, which is the health disparity that we've been telling them for years, since that syphilis Tuskegee experiment from way back in the day. There was nothing that we had in our community that would allow us to fight these things. But unfortunately, even without having that information, they've still moved us into a space where we would have women freely volunteering to go down, them and their babies, to be tested or given these vaccinations, even though they don't know. So that to me tells you that it has to be something that is so, that fear has to be at such a tremendous point that they're just like, fuck it, I'll do anything to try to save my baby and to save my life. That is already harsh of a condition to be in. And then to take that opportunity and use some experimental drug, it's an experiment because they tell you themselves they don't know if it works. So this experiment is being volunteered. And then the non-voluntary, the involuntary, those are the big ones that I tell you here in America, involuntary. But let's see what actually happened here. Appropriate treatment obtained. So not only was that treatment prescribed, but the appropriate treatment was actually obtained. So again, if it's voluntary, then you can get the Klonopin or whatever it is the doctor recommends. They'll tell you can go pick it up. We know how prescriptions work. Involuntary is different, such as a hospitalization where they force you to take those pills, or where they can induce a coma in you to where when you wake up, you already got them, or they can say it's a part of an IV or whatever, and they can give you what they feel you need to have intravenously or whatever. So involuntary or voluntary, even then, I said the strongest of violations, HIPAA, to where if they think that it's in your best interest, they can consider that it's not a violation anyway. And so they can just do it regardless. Caregiver and child adhere to the treatment. So again, that's empowering the victim there, or this woman who doesn't even know better. Baby could have survived, but she got so afraid. She said, I'm going to go do whatever I can. I'm going to trust in the doctor. Now, there are many of us who are at a point where, go see the doctor. Many of us are at a point where, go see the doctor. I understand that there are some places like that I speak towards, food oases, where it's been generations since they've even had clean water, clean food as a constant everyday thing. Generations have been malnutrition for real. Malnutrition, nutrition, just getting fat, but not right eating. And there are places where they not have the balanced discipline, balanced diet to have eaten what they needed to every time. And so there's junk diets out that impacted so many that, if they get sick with some shit, they need the belief system of going to see the doctor and just having faith that the doctor can help them. But for others, I think it's just a convenient. What are you? Just a convenient.
Me what? What are you trying to think of? Like,
Yeah, like you're healthy. You're relatively healthy. Why are you going to the doctor? It's because it's convenient. It's like, to me, it's a convenient belief system. It's just the easy way out. It's just the it's just convenient. Let's just call it convenience. Okay. And then there's another assumption that has to happen. Not only do the caregiver and the child have to adhere to that treatment, the treatment has to be effective and thus the recovery. And with that, if you can actually get that, all of those to happen at the very space where that person is de-infected or has contracted it, then you can look at improved health of community children. Brother Moses, you went through all of that to say, don't let the schools back in. No, it's not just the schools. Because just like containment theory dealt first with juveniles and then was expanded to adults, there are adults who could contract that fever and be suspected to have coronavirus. They could seek care at what they thought was a well-resourced and staffed health center. They can be tested, which is something that we think, hey, they might even test you niggas. They might not even have the adequate test to test, but let's say they do, and that person is effectively tested. It can be a correct diagnosis made of coronavirus. They can get what they think to be appropriate treatment prescribed for coronavirus, which right now they're saying is more than a year off, which is why they're just use the shit that we created for malaria. Or let's just use some other shit. We don't know what it's going to do, so let's just use something. So right now, we're still at the point of trying to get to the appropriate treatment, and there is no way freaking possible you could do that with a sample size of 1,489, which is what they got from the March numbers. It's just impossible. It is impossible. There is no way we could get a representative data sample of African American and our folks with pre-existing conditions with that type of leadership. And so now that it's over 2 million and over 550,000 here in America, specifically, we got to have access to our data. That is not a question. That is a real legitimate ask. If we're ever going to move from this part, a correct diagnosis, the testing, test for malaria, and then the ability to actually really read the test, and the test can correctly diagnose coronavirus, I don't think we're there yet. But that's where we are saying we're there if people are talking about lifting the stay-at-home order. But then from there, the appropriate treatment prescribed. How do you get there already? How? In your containment strategy as a leadership, how do you already get to here's some of the things that they say are on the bottom. The other approach to care for fever. So you just go some other route in general. They say you're not tested in general. That's what we've actually been seeing happen here in America when it comes to coronavirus is the not testing, not the testing, but the opposite. People seeking care and not getting tested is what our actual numbers is. You can look now on the Johns Hopkins and see that they've started to include a section for the numbers tested. But before that and through March, when they have the data that they're researching, it says not tested. So not only how many are you testing, which is giving us the numbers that says this is how many are total confirmed positive. They are testing and finding positive, but how many were denied the damn health screening? How many of us were denied? That's not too much to ask for, man. I'm not exaggerating here, and I'm not the only one who should be triggered enough to be doing research. But I'm going to give you the big docs in these small bites. Links available upon request. Mostly PDFs, though. The incorrect diagnosis made, which is this is just the common flu, or it's like the common flu, so you can go home. That's where we're at. They're saying, oh, we're doing a phenomenal job and we're giving you this and that. And we got more ventilators, more ventilators. That's what they're saying is happening. But if you look at what happened actually where the malaria was when it started to reduce and when they said it was the reduction and all of the measures they took, including the surveillance, it was the opposite. We are operating at the bottom of this thing, which is why our curve is looking like an airplane taking off. And I showed you where the plane needed to land, which is back in Zanzibar. Trigger warning. And I ain't even got into it. I'm just telling you why the trigger warning was necessary. You see what happens at the bottom there. There could have either been a correct diagnosis made or the appropriate treatment was not prescribed because they got it wrong. And so they're prescribing treatments for something they shouldn't be prescribing a treatment for. The pre-existing condition itself was exacerbated. And instead of them being able to address the pre-existing condition, something that they didn't know of, by the way, they're testing for something completely different and getting it wrong. And there's nothing you can do about it. And in fact, if they're even testing at that. And so the appropriate treatment not prescribed. That's what we're actually experiencing in all senses of the words. Call me a liar to my face then if you think I'm wrong. Challenge me. But it seems like we are missing the ball and we are on the bottom side of the things that are actually to stop the spread. We talk a good game, but the execution has been drastically flawed. And then even if you move from there, you can move to real situations like there where they said appropriate treatment obtained. Appropriate treatment obtained. If it's not even available until 2021, then why are you already having that conversation? They must be out of their goddamn minds. How could you say that there is an appropriate treatment for the coronavirus if you're still saying you don't know? And if there is no appropriate treatment for it, then how are you talking about releasing the people back into it, even including those who have tested positive? And even though they've tested positive, you still release them right back where, and then you're on your own. If you don't know that you're going to be on your own, let that be your key takeaway. But we'll dive into information further because even if you did have that appropriate treatment that you could obtain, they're saying it would be up to you to determine if you want to obtain it. So what then happens on the bottom end of it? This is what I see is our potential thing in the Black community: poor adherence to the treatment. If you need to take it every hour on the hour, do you take it? If somebody told you that the real cure or the real way of getting it out of your system is through a flush, you need to flush your, you need to, it's almost like a rinsing of your lymph nodes. And you do that with boiled lemon or something. Let's say a Dr. Sebi type was absolutely right. And they knew exactly what it would take to keep your pathways clear of those pathogens, antigens, and that battle that was going on in the highways or the streets of your lungs. And the little pocket areas and communities that facilitated oxygenized cells or non-oxygenized cells, the ones that could let that oxygen be a carrier for you. Those lymphocytes could move freely and they could keep doing what they needed to do, fighting the pre-existing condition in the first place. Oh, but the problem is, health disparities means that they're not even getting the things that they need to fight the pre-existing conditions. And you have these same people who are now considered higher risk for some new shit, a novel, something that the body is, if you believe in immuno memory, again, if you believe that your immune system can remember how to get there and what we're fighting against, if you believe that, but I tell you, if that, all of these if scenarios of things they are saying would be the best case scenario, I'm still seeing us at the bottom of this. Poor adherence to treatment. And then if you're even able to adhere to the treatment, now you get to the question that many people start having in the first place. Was that treatment that they gave you and told you that you needed to have, that you adhered to, they told you take these pills and call me in the morning, you took those pills, what happens? Did you get the sugar pill, or did you actually get something that was effective? What I'm thinking is due to lack of even the information they would need to make that decision, that you would see more cases of ineffective treatment, delayed recovery, or severe illness or death. You would have to have a prolonged period of surveillance for those people who even tested positive. You would have to have a prolonged and sustained period of surveillance of those people who are in these endemic zones, because you still don't know how to do any of this other stuff. That is the number one assumption, is that you still don't know. And until you figure it out, there is no lifting the stay-at-home order. Because then you're still, once you get all of those, the treatment, all of that, once you get it, now the treatment, the child recovers, or limited or no impact on health outcomes in community children. What then? Well, this child recovered, but that they received in their natural and their ability to fight is still different from the other children in the community. Facts. That immune thing or that vaccination may have helped the one, but that doesn't necessarily prove that it will help the other. It may help with one pre-existing condition, but what happens to those with sickle cell? What happens to those with lupus? What happens to those with diabetes? Again, if you don't have the data way back here for all of that, if you're operating at health disparities and a lack of information, lack of studies, then there's no way you're going to be moved towards a proper diagnosis, no way to be moved towards an appropriate treatment, because you don't have the data that shows successful treatment given those pre-existing conditions. And if you don't have an appropriate treatment, then there's no way that those people who are impacted by this coronavirus could then receive or obtain that appropriate treatment. Therefore, that caregiver to that child can't adhere to that treatment regimen. Moving forward, that treatment cannot be said to either be effective or ineffective. All you can experience is the bottom side of this. There's nothing more you can do. And because it's out of your control, we go to Zanzibar, where they actually had to write it down with a pen and piece of paper to be able to track those numbers. That information wasn't coming from somebody else. Somebody had to program it and make it available to somebody retroactively. But if you look at these study sites in the cities where it was actually impacted, they'll tell you the number of children in this small space. They can get to the blood type and genotypes because they believe in the bloodletting. They prick the finger and they spread it on that petri dish. They can do all of that and analyze it based on blood type and take the documents that says this is A positive blood type, this is B, this is O. But they can't tell you how that blood is doing when it comes to fighting the battle until they see the symptoms. And so where did they do that study? Well, let's go to Zanzibar, or we can go to Uganda, because there's rich data out there. There are 10 whole continents as well as some others. Salute. Assalamu alaikum, my brother Cap. Real talk. And so you'll look and see there 318 children, 357 children, 335 children. Of those, there were 516 that were male. There's 494 that were male. Hemoglobin variants, you see how they listed that, 808. That was about 80% of their data sample. They go on to list some other things such as the heterozygotes and the homozygotes. They're getting the information that they needed. And they look at the adults, the 113, the 95. Again, this big docs has to give you primary sources. And I gave you one of those doctors, but I'm going to get right there with them because there were principal investigators appointed in this ACT consortium this group of folks there. And in this consortium that led to the research and delivery of those acts, I told you what that was earlier. Stick with me and we'll get there. On the left, you'll see the big docs, which is the names of all of the people who somehow participated in this viewing of those poor African pregnant mothers and their infants. And this, we don't know if malaria will work, but we're going to give it to them and see what happens. On that list, you'll see many names, but the one that I put out, I put a bullet note on the bottom just because it was Moses, but not just because it was Moses, but because I wanted to give a source of someone who was actually there on the ground. As you see there, Professor Moses Kamya, right there at the university in Uganda. If you look them up, you'll see that it was also used for AIDS research, HIV, and all of that information later. The CDC can benefit in so many ways there in Atlanta. I will not keep talking in circles. I will keep moving forward. The deeper element there in the middle of the screen is the case study. And in that case study, the deep information that was important is the applied mathematical modeling to inform national, and in their case, malaria policies, strategies, and operations in Tanzania. I'm going to give you this, Numeri, or I'm going to give you this to those folks in the chat rocking with us. My wife is Zania. My name is Moses. And so we have that connection ourselves on a spiritual level. She is Zania and I am Moses. And so the big city there of Moshi also comes into play. But on the right side, the associations between those blood counts, those variants, that malaria that was there, and the three areas where they studied there in Uganda, if you keep looking down on your very side about here, you'll see Moses R. Kamya. I wanted to make sure I was giving the actual primary resources in this big docs. Because what they'll show is the image of the baby from those mosquito nets. And they will drive the story about how they were able to save so many more lives in the fight against malaria to sell Klonopin, to sell more vaccinations. We need each other, because when I was looking for that Klonopin stuff, let me tell you like this, I did not anticipate finding cholera bunk beds. I just didn't. But then you think about it and they're saying, well, we have to set up makeshift hospital somewhere. And so I didn't think that it would get this triggering for me, and to imagine what life would be like laying on one of these bunk beds. In the military, it was more like these green ones that you see here, similar. And even just having that roll and using that as a bed roll. I've been in that situation, but never at the point of near death. What I was looking for is the actual timeline of this study. And Stetke and others provided that timeline in a pretty good timeline format, where they look at it and put January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and what are some of those evaluations they were starting, and so forth. This study itself was important. And so there in December 10th, all the way to March 2011. Why is that important? Because here you have the coronavirus, where they started getting those first cases in December and really looking at the information. And then through March is where they really started to say, okay, this is something. And here, this chloroquine phosphate, if you don't want the needle, maybe you would agree that the tablet and just taking the pill would be better for malaria and extra intestinal. And while I would tell you that there's something about what you eat And I would agree with those people who say the appropriate diet. I would also conclude that that is just an unreasonable expectation for the greater number of those who look like me in America, and probably for the greater part of the world. When I say a big docs, I'm actually talking about the people themselves. Just in case you ever wanted to know who was on this global crusade to find pregnant women and experiment on kids. Just in case it crossed your mind that those people who somehow sharply and shrewdly justify what they did on babies, and they justify it in saying it's for the greater good. If you wanted to know who that was, there you go for the big docs. Just in case that information is important to you. The blood types was in the background of the last one that I just shared. I didn't want to jump all the way into it, but yeah. The blood type analysis. Blood type analysis is still going to be one of those ones that's a very generic level of information. What a certain blood type does, it's going to be hard. I'll just say that. Even the smartest minds and the greatest computing devices are going to struggle with correlation between blood type and the fight against the coronavirus. They have that information because it's some of the most accessible. What somebody's blood type is, it seems to be something that everybody has one, and one of the easiest ones to see. Well, what is your blood type? But in general, its correlation to the coronavirus would be hard. Oh no, I'm talking about the coronavirus. I keep using malaria as the case study only because, remember, they are trying to tell us that the malaria vaccination could be some, I don't know, if it works, it works. And then they put the woman up there and the woman said, well, I survived and it's because I took this medicine or whatever it was. And they said that that was important for them, and they're making it seem like something. I'm still skeptical, and I think we have every right to talk about it. And we have every right to also give the side of the argument that says, black people, don't take that vaccination. The one that says, look, they may call them pseudo, but I would rather listen to the old grandmother who says, drink some tea, baby. Get you some mint tea and some lemons and boil them lemons and put that in. I would rather listen to that than listen to those people who are saying, take the vaccination if you have the chance. Back to the information, because since 2010, the World Health Organization has been recommending that all suspected cases of malaria be confirmed with parasite-based diagnosis before treatment. That seems like it's a good thing, right? As long as they leave that treatment as voluntary, it seems like a good thing. But if their funding mechanisms will be contingent upon the actual treatment, then I don't know. Bro. I just don't know. That's what opens up those white missionaries to go inside of places and operate under the auspices of giving treatment and aid to underprivileged, underserved communities. But their real agenda is to keep getting the funding they need for their study. And they're working on a doctorate, or they're working on just being a good human. So that gives them every right to take their white privileged selves to spaces in Cleveland and to give the pregnant women and their infants the same shit they gave to a woman in Africa who still died. And I'm angry and have every right to voice that sentiment, that very sincere frustration with those who, under the auspices of surveillance, could watch those pregnant women for years until they died. Could watch those babies suffer in agony because they still don't understand how important it is to support those even in America with pre-existing conditions. And so for them, it's just a study. To them, it's just data. To them, it's just information. But to me, it is important. And so they said it was for all suspected cases of malaria. They said all cases be confirmed with parasite-based diagnosis before treatment. As long as that's voluntary treatment, then we'll see. I would also say the parasite-based diagnosis, that sounds, it sounds like they need something, like they need like a throat swab or nose swab or something. It sounds like it's more than just a thumbprint and an app delivered by Apple and Microsoft. So it sounds invasive to me. And it sounds like something that they would protect people from if they did so without my consent. This is heavy because these guidelines represent a paradigm shift away from the presumptive anti-malarial treatment of fever. Malaria rapid diagnostic tests, MRDTs, are central to implementing this policy. So the rapid diagnostic test, I told you that was going to be important. Their ability to diagnose more quickly, rapidly, but not just to diagnose, but to get those test kits, that rapid diagnostic tests, to get that out in the market and actually used. Intended to target artemisinin-based combination therapies, or ACT. I told you about that. This is that ACT group and was able to implement it. Rapid diagnostic tests. And then what they actually did was able to get in and deliver surveys and all type of things like that. The ACT consortium conducted 10 linked studies, linked, so country to country, 8 in sub-Saharan Africa and 2 in Afghanistan, to evaluate the impact of the malaria rapid diagnostic tests. To evaluate the impact of introduction on case management across settings that vary in malaria endemicity. They just create their own words. I mean, but if it's the root and the suffix, the prefix, suffix, it still makes sense. If you are in an endemic zone, but they also moved it forward and said this synthesis includes 562,368 outpatient encounters. When I tell you relevance, how many United States total confirmed cases do we have? More than 550,000. If they don't have it already, now would be their time to say, all right, we have a good representative sample. Dude, how did you get my link, man? Did somebody tell you I was live right now? Oh, Shay Duke, man, salute, bro. Just breaking through the information the best I can, talking about Uganda and the malaria, what happened when they were actually fighting malaria. Man, we getting into the big docs, the who funded it, the departments here in America. I already gave them that. I gave them the conclusion first, and I also gave them some other information. But it's important, right? Because they created some jobs there. And when you look at this image here, these are some of the people who took advantage of those international travel jobs. And these are some of the reports that they used. This is peer-reviewed and peer-reviewed and peer-reviewed of the peer reviewers of the peer reviewers. And the information that I'm getting so far as a conclusion is, don't fuck that shit, boss. Hey, man, I know they tell you the malaria vaccinations, if you already got one, then salute to you. But I'm just not convinced that a malaria vaccination works against the novel coronavirus. I'm not there yet. And so that's the whole B1 salute. Also give information about the SBA.gov. I went to that website, showed some of the applicable links. IRS.gov is another one of those applicable websites where if you have that situation, you didn't file your taxes, or you've already filed your taxes, or you just wanted more information about hashtag cut the check, that would be the place for you to actually go. But does self-reporting lead to the loss of rights, of freedom? That's what I'm still on. And I'm showing this example that gets bloody vile. And I do mean to use those words, pun intended. We get to the point of having 562,000 outpatient encounters. Again, the word outpatient. What do you do with those who are total confirmed? And then what do you do about the fact that they have families? And what do you do about the fact that they are operating within a broader community? And what do you do when you say, well, those communities are fluid, right? Because there are spaces inside of the broader community where they will interact and engage. What do you do in a higher transmission environment like New York or San Francisco? I tell you, in places like Los Angeles, you do not lift that stay-at-home order until you have some real solid data. And right now, we just don't got it. Sorry to tell you, that's the truth. Sorry, not sorry. B1 salute. If you wanted more facts, you can continue to rock. Like the video, share the video, because somebody might like this type of information or be able to take this conversation forward with even more research on the actual thing that they're talking about, which is giving American citizens the same thing they gave those pregnant women and infants in Zanzibar and other sub-Saharan African study locations. This ACT consortium, when I say they, I'm talking about a specific group of people. We know that there was more people who are not listed in this photo and many hands that touched this project. And if it is our responsibility as Black men to protect our women, our pregnant women, and our infants from being touched without our consent by members of folks who would prick their finger and inject the antibodies. And if you ask me, if you got an antibody, then you have something along the lines of the actual virus itself. And they are saying, give it to more people. And that fear that people have will drive people in our community to raise their hand, to literally raise their hand and volunteer. That was not me volunteering. And because that is the reality, we got to do our part. Get to the information, Brother Moses. All right, down at the bottom, it tells you, man, I just left it there so maybe you could read it. I don't know what size device you may be listening on, but if you can watch the screen, look at the screen right now. It'll show you that very last sentence. Prescribing did not always adhere to the malaria test results. In several settings, ACTs were prescribed to more than 30% of test negative patients. So even those women who it tested negative were still prescribed this shit. Or to fewer than 80% of test positive patients. Stop right there again. There are African Americans who are likely to test positive for the coronavirus. And even if they did believe that they had something that they can do about it, which I know they don't, but there are likely African Americans who test positive for it. And because they don't have anything for it, all they can do is give you something for something else. And we got stupid motherfuckers who are going to take that shit on blind trust and faith in a motherfucker. And I tell you that it's race-based at the highest level, but deeper than that, they're just going to take that shit because they are so afraid at a subconscious level that there is nothing else they can do. They will take that shit faster than they would take the motherfucking tea that grandma made. They'll say that that 3 6s or whatever grandma told them to do is bullshit. They will take it because they are afraid, or they will take it because they just absolutely trust the motherfuckers like this. They trust them. They trust them. They trust them, boy. They trust them hard. Either an anti-malarial or an antibiotic was prescribed for more than 75% of patients across most settings. So let me get this straight. When it came down to the reduction of malaria in those places that had low to moderate transmission, where you found some levels of success, again, you didn't find the levels of success in high transmission places like Zanzibar. Oh, excuse me. Like Kampala, excuse me. You didn't find it in the high transmissions to be successful, but where you found it to be successful was in low to moderate transmission spaces. That's number one, by their own mouth. And then number two, where it was successful, it was most likely due to other shit. Like 75% of those cases were given some other antibiotic in the first place. Others, they just really needed those mosquito nets, which was the actual thing spreading it. So it wasn't about containing any of it. It was about getting to what is actually spreading it. And that had higher results on preventing the spread. Others, it was nutrition that helped. Others, it was hygiene. It was, in many cases, it was just natural. But in any scientific review, it seems to be a mix of a number of factors, not this damn chloroquine shit that he recommends. So the pharmaceutical play, take a smack across the brow. That is my break right there. With my breaks, I like to reintroduce either new information, valuable information, or music, which I think is the most therapeutic information. On this one, though, I'm going to skip it and keep rocking, because what they actually did was the funding of the map room. Remember, what actually is working here underneath the scenes is the play for telecommunications. What we're talking about is the correlation between 5G, telecommunications, and these major endemics. Will it be a local government authority, and that local government authority having the right to cut that beautiful beam footage, that surveillance film? And so they want to watch these women, and they want to watch these kids, and they want to have open access to it and the geolocations of all of these folks. A result of the Enhancing National Climate Services. I tell you like this, we were looking at it from the Acts, ACTS. Many were looking at it from the religious, the book of Acts, and others are going to take it for what it is, enact, somebody giving themselves jurisdiction or authority over somebody else to enact something. And what are they enacting? Well, in this initiative, it is that authority to give them something that their bodies may not be able to fight off. My wife, Zania, I am Moses, Zania, Tanzania, and Moshi. Keep up. The information is vital. 10 countries. Training and all type of stuff. But what really drove it home for me was the malaria specific surveillance and us understanding what that actually means for spaces at the cradle of civilization, at the toe of Mount Kilimanjaro, and that forested pipeline that runs from the east to the west with the benefits of that Nile, those Great Lakes, and that barrier that it creates as a cradle. And if it hops over this cradle type of assessments, I give you that information here, because from these lakes, this entire vast pipeline, this pathway. Let me tell you what else. The results. Recruitment and follow-up from the census and mapping survey, a total of 40,127, households were enumerated. So that tells you just how small it is, because 40,000 households, how big is that? I mean, Del Paso Heights was like 4,000 households, and that was just a very, very, very small subsection. So if you multiply that by 10, you're probably still just talking about a few communities there in Los Angeles. You're not even talking about our complete data set, but you're talking about the mapping technology and census. We know census means the exact people in those 40,000 households, including 17,478 households within the cluster area. Stick with me. This is the biggest docs you're going to be able to rock with. Of these, 14,613, or 83% of those households, had at least one child under the age of 15. That became the baseline cross-sectional community. So again, it was about the survey and it was about cross-sectional communities. Interesting. These are some of the things that we may be looking to do or perform. But it said we recruited 25 households per cluster. So they gave themselves round even numbers. That's easy to administer. 25, 25, 25. All right, those zones, they map out pretty clean. It said there was 400 children in each study arm. Each study arm, yeah, they're talking about the left arm and the right arm. Did you put the injection or that foreign substance in the left arm or the right arm? And they were looking to see the difference, whether it was the left arm or the right arm, in one treatment per year. So them actually giving them the shit, whatever it was. We're talking about chloroquine. Stick with me. Statistical analysis for those who like statistics is also a part of this major report, available by PDF. I showed you who the major contributing authors were. Moving forward, for the community survey, children were sampled from each cluster in proportion to the total cluster size. Damn, in Black YouTube, if you're talking about the cluster size, you may be talking about something else. But Brother Moses, I'm going to keep it relevant and show you that sometimes there are some big ass clusters out there that need to be talked about. There's just some big clusters, B, with harmonic means of 200 children per cluster. Damn. They looking at some major communities, 200 children per cluster from the two age strata. So the stratification by age, assuming the control arm was anemic. What? Damn, what is anemia? Anemia sounds like a blood issue. All right, I'm going to just keep going. The cohort study, a cohort of children under 5 years of age was enrolled from 25 households randomly selected from each cluster. So I told you about the cluster, the size of the clusters. I showed you the number of communities. I even zoomed the plane. We're still on the runway, considering whether or not we get off the plane. But there was a random sample of households with at least one child under 15 years of age that was selected from each cluster to generate a list of households to be approached. So now you got to get off the plane because it's time to approach. Similar to the approach used to generate the list for the community surveys. So somebody has to be contacted. Others just have to complete a survey like a census. Now you have that data management system to where they can enroll online. But remember, you also have a clinic. But what does it say here? Door-to-door recruitment was conducted by study personnel. All children of appropriate age from a single household were eligible for that screening. Door-to-door screening? Boy, how would you feel if they showed up, knocked on your door, and said, man, I don't know if you would be spooked, but I'm just giving you the information. See, we got to know what actually happened. He says malaria, and we got to tell you what actually happened. This whole time, people can talk about the conspiracy on malaria, but this is the real story given you. I showed you, we couldn't get to a more primary source. And I mean, unless you want me to talk about the biology of it, which is the lymphocytes and shit. Essentially, long story short, on the lymphocytes, the answer is it's a theory, but they still don't know. Now, back to the story. Who was it actually conducted on? All children of appropriate age from a single household were eligible for screening, which was conducted at a study clinic. So that clinic that they established, I showed you the community, and then I showed you the communication where they broke the communication of those people who would give that stay-at-home order. They're infectious, they're asymptomatic, or whatever it is. They have already tested positive. Their only other space where those people can go is to that motherfucking clinic and back the fuck home. Now that's different. You're talking about Africa where that hard rule of political authority can come in. If you tried to tell an American that, they would live with a sense of privilege that they would think they could shoot it out with the police. They would think that they could fight the powers at be if it came to telling them that the only spaces they can go was the clinic or back the fuck home, that their entire society was going to be governed by three major businesses: their social media, their computers and telecommunications. They would riot. They would say, F you, and your containment theory would have to deal with criminals, not with hand washing. And that was a shot for U.S. Surgeon General, my brother, Dr. Adams. Moving forward, the selection criteria included, look at the selection criteria: age less than 5 years, and 2, an agreement of the parent guardian to provide written informed consent. Sign on the dotted line, afraid mother. 3, no intention to relocate during the follow-up period. So even if you got sick and they told you can stay there, and you're like, man, fuck that. I don't want to live in a quarantine zone. I'm out this motherfucker, bitch. That had, as a part of this study, you had to stay put. And 4, not enrolling or not currently enrolled in another research study. So you mean to tell me there were other research studies running concurrently that they could have signed up for? Damn, who would have thunk it? Children who met the eligibility criteria underwent a clinical and laboratory evaluation, a finger prick blood sampling, or what I call bloodletting. It's an old Roman type of fucking philosophy, if you ask me. That's some weird, spooky shit. But they think they got this shit down to a science. I say bullshit, but to those who believe in this Darwinian type shit, and the eugenics society, they think they know what's up. I still think they full of shit, but at least they think they know what's up. It's science, okay. Much to do with theory. So I had to pull it out. That study were similar across both arms. That was table 1. In the baseline community survey, these low transmission places, low to moderate transmission spaces, anemia was more common in children under 5 years of age. That was 2,552 children under the age of 5 that they were running the experiment on. Some people would look at that and think it's just data. I'm seeing 2,552 babies. I don't know what you're seeing, but the experimentation on young Black babies, that's what I see when I read this. And then the 1,000 from the age 5 to 15 years. In contrast, children under 5 years of age were less likely to have a positive blood smear. At enrollment into the cohort study, the mean age of participants was 2 years old. Standard deviation 1.5 years, 459 babies. And appropriate treatment of malaria. Appropriate treatment. Remember, that's what they're shooting for. And they're trying to find out what appropriate treatment is. They're getting tents. Remember, if you used to see the commercials, they was like, well, if we could just stop the mosquito, then we'll stop the spread. And so they were trying to get the tents. And then they were like, well, look, there's this, and that, and there's food and malnourishment. They started talking about the challenges. We have food oases right here in America that we're dealing with our people. And so while they're funding all of this, however, I'm going to give you the information. We found that the prime intervention, remember, out of all these interventions, they have the prime now, big prime intervention, did not improve malaria-related health outcomes of children in the study area. Maybe somebody read something different, but did not improve malaria-related health outcomes. Our results call into question the widely held assumption that improving fever case management by targeting anti-malarial treatment using the MRDTs will improve health outcomes. What did I miss? Our results call into question the widely held assumption that improving that fever case management, or if you could just control the fever, it's like the common cold, by targeting anti-malarial treatment, that it's going to improve health outcomes. They said even in our idealized trial circumstances, with the intervention tailored specifically for our study setting, the prime intervention had little effect on community level health outcomes. Very little. There are many steps in the pathway of effective malaria. I showed you again the cartoon image that they used. But if this was the actual, then what the hell is they talking about? Use of rapid diagnostic tests for malaria. Remember, that is the MRDTs, the rapid diagnostic tests for malaria, to target anti-malarial treatment. So they wanted it to be specific. They wanted to find real cases in low transmission, meaning that where they were going would have been like the country, where it's not like a high thriving urban area. You don't want to try to test it, but you want to test it, but not in a place like where it's super trafficky, people are running into, because there's too many variables. You want it somewhere where people can at least stay the fuck home. And so in the countryside or something like that, a space where there's high unemployment, for example, and people are just there. But I digress. Anti-malarial treatment and improved health outcomes has been strongly advocated. Again, the rapid diagnostic tests, doesn't that sound like what they're saying right now? Is that triggering to anyone but me? Test. So they wanted to get specific because they're using very targeted and strategic surveillance information. I say it's Google and Apple. Geo-specific map room or mapping technologies. And then I say all the way to the point of a HIPAA violation, meaning that your health records included. And they want to take that and say, well, can we use the location of this person on their phone and see where they're at all times? Yeah, it's one thing for them to have that information, but for them to not have that information available and expect you to be able to operate with some level of sanity inside of this world. But you, the person who's inside of this world, don't have access to who is that motherfucker walking around with the coronavirus. Now, different than AIDS. AIDS was something that they said was sexually transmitted, which gave us at least a peace of mind of saying, well, I can protect myself. But from an invisible cough, I digress. Significant progress. So that's that same argument that I typically have. Well, there's progress has been made, but look at where the progress was made. So even though they rapidly scaled up the ability to diagnose and test, they got that out there to test. They were able to test. Next thing you know, they have progress being made toward understanding the performance and impact of their ability to test, but not the treatment and all of that shit. You're giving success to the vaccination, even though there were all of these other extenuating circumstances that may have even improved the conditions there. But you're saying the anti-malarial treatment, we have anti-malarial treatment, we have drugs. Why? Because it's probably the predisposition of people to just say, well, if it's a pill, I'll take it. But as long as we keep showing them the needles, hashtag needle or use a needle, that is something that Black folks can be triggered to understand the coronavirus. Do you want a needle injection vaccination? If you show them a pill, they might think favorably of the pill. They might say, oh, it's just a pill. But if you show them that needle, they might then say no. What's the difference? Why does the nigga moving forward? However, introducing into clinical settings is not simple. And evidence that the MRDTs improve outcomes is limited. So like when they put that 17 next to that, that is the source that I would go to see who the fuck said it was limited. So not just the World Health Organization that's saying one thing, but when you get down to the reports of the people who were testing this shit, and they were testing for specific shit, this was the actual test that was administered on the rapid diagnostic tests for malaria, even the testing process, and the 40 some odd thousand that they were able to compile there of their tests. And they're saying this shit, look, it was limited. We don't even know what the fuck that shit did. The negative tests that they get back or the false negatives that they get, you don't know what to do with those. You tested one person one time and they were didn't work, or you thought it was wrong, so you just threw it away. Man, this ain't no pregnancy test type of idea we're talking about here. We're talking about something a little bit more comprehensive. They were using the drawing of blood, the finger prick. Almost like the same thing you can take your blood pressure or those with diabetes might use, something like that. But on the other hand, the training package was essential because they're asking us that we're going to have to self-administer whatever it is like we've been doing just for something that we don't know how to prepare for. They tell us the hospitals don't have ventilators, but also tell you that, yeah, it is something that can feel like you can't breathe. And if you get to the point of feeling like you can't breathe, call the police. Someone please call 911. I don't want myself, my family, my loved ones to be the biological guinea pigs of motherfuckers who don't know but would still give a treatment or an anti-malarial treatment for the coronavirus. And thus, I am the anti-vaxxer, and I think I have the right to be an anti-vaxxer and to put the information out there for other people to determine. But they said they wanted to use anti-malarial treatments against the coronavirus. All the information that I'm getting seems to tell me otherwise. But this is a big dox. This is actually going against the president, who was going against the World Health Organization, the same World Health Organization that partially funded this very same malarial treatment. And if we hadn't gotten right down to the doctors who administered it, we wouldn't even know that what they were talking about was successful. It's something different. What they said was actually successful, and let me put me back on the screen so you know this is B1 Brother Moses. What they actually said was successful was the surveillance system. Thus the correlation of 5G. Are you talking about cellular phones or the biology, the cellular analysis when it comes to epidemiology? Epidemiology failed. But cellular, the surveillance system, now that worked like a motherfucker. Back to the storyline. The training package is important, right? Because when we're looking at the administering of that training in our households, whenever Pawpaw or Big Mama needed to be taken care of, that was one of us. And in this novel coronavirus, there is not a training package ever delivered. And let me know if you got one. But they said, if you feel sick, stay home. Was there ever the dissemination of a training package on dealing with someone in the household who was said or feels asymptomatic for motherfucking coronavirus? Did you get one, Midtown Pookie? Did you get one, Don Cato? I know my wife did not get a training package on dealing with, I know I didn't get one. If my wife ended up getting sick, look, they said it could feel like, they could say this feels like the common cold. Was there some type of training package? Where are all of these strategic government methods? It is the government's responsibility. Where was that? Where was that? Was that the wash your hands training for 20 seconds? That's what that was? No, again, that was a scarecrow. By washing your hands, that is talking about the other things. We're talking about the coronavirus. And on the screen here, they were talking about what happened in malaria. And so we thought that what happened with malaria, since they are recommending that it would be important to know about what happened really with malaria. Check this out. The training package and support supervision implemented alongside that. You remember what that is, that MRDT, that rapid deployment, rapid diagnostic test. So that's where they're at today. Test, test, test. That rapid deployment of test kits. We need test kits, and we also need protective gear. And so they're ramping that up. And they said the training package and support supervision implemented alongside the MRDTs appear to be as important as provision of the tests themselves, i.e. B1 Brother Moses started this thing off saying, my liberal mind would tell you, where are the coronavirus emergency kits? I didn't get one. I didn't get a thing with the actual masks and the gloves and the things like that, the toilet paper, the soap, the all of that. They essentially said, as Americans, you niggas are on your own, knowing the economic disparity, knowing that there was a vast difference in our ability to properly stay hydrated and to properly even consume the right number of calories. There was pre-existing conditions. Use that language. There are pre-existing conditions that just make it hard for me to believe that this government's response is going to improve the health outcomes for African Americans. And because I feel that, then I also know that it is up to us, which is why there could be one person in the live and I would still keep talking because I know it's important. And while others can talk about other clusters, I know that these clusters are going to be important today and in the next 5 years. So I'm going to bring it out in the same way the information was analyzed in malaria. They said it's just important as the tests themselves. And even if quality care and accurate tests are available, man, I'm going to bounce back. See, they identified some local stakeholders. See, I had to break it up. I couldn't just give it to them in one big, this is a big docs. So you got to understand how intricate this information is. So when you get that aha, it either drives you to an action or it drives you to say, damn, I am 100% certain moving forward on whatever decision it is. So it says, when those stakeholders said, we developed an intervention to improve the quality of care delivered for malaria and other childhood illnesses by training health workers in public health centers, again, those centers, and ensuring adequate supplies of those rapid diagnostic tests. And get this, this is the one, the artemisinin-based combination therapies. So before they even know if it worked, they're already claiming it as a victory. The PRIME study was designed to evaluate the community-level health impact of the intervention. The primary objective of the trial was to evaluate the impact of the PRIME intervention as compared with the current standard of care on health outcomes of community children. For us, we know that the current standard of care for African American children is already abysmal at best. The greater of these in the African American community have a lower standard of care. It would begin with the nutrition. Do you know how dependent many of the African American children are on lunch programs? That is a key indicator. But I digress. We aim to test the hypothesis that the prevalence of anemia, an established proxy for malaria-associated health outcomes in children under 5 years of age, would be lower in intervention clusters. So those spaces where they intervened and they put that artemisinin-based combination therapy, where they took that, where they did intervene, they compared it to places where they did not use that stuff. Seems to make sense. Let's move forward. We also conducted a mixed methods process evaluation alongside the main trial to further our understanding about the implementation, which is why it's important. We have to understand implementation even here. Before they decide how they're implemented, we have to understand implementation So we know when to say no to the things they're trying to implement against our people and against the desires of our people. And if we don't, then we fall victim. We are the part of that body that was ill-equipped to deal with whatever was invading and attacking and setting up its home base inside of our host bodies. Our body is the Black community, and that body is just as susceptible to being attacked by these outside factors. I'm going to give you some more because the mechanisms of effect and the context of the intervention all matter. The context of the intervention in this case, we're asking, what about that chloroquine shit? What about that anti-malarial thing that you're telling American folks to take? Do you ever get to the point of proving whether or not it works or that it doesn't work? Well, let me give you some more context. Context 4 and follow-up. From the Census and Mapping Survey, a total of 40,000 households were enumerated, including 17,000. So when your sources are saying the same thing, you're probably on to something. Of these, 14,000 households had at least one child under the age of 15 years of age. The baseline cross-sectional community survey was conducted from this timeline of December to June. What are they saying? Oh, this might be something that lasts until July. When did this coronavirus thing really kick off? They said, well, this novel coronavirus kicked off in December. Similar timeline, bigger experiment, except right now it's in places of higher transmission rather than just looking at these small, what they would consider small case studies. They're in lower to moderate transmission areas like sub-Saharan Africa. But because they've already done it in smaller spaces, I use the information as valid as a peer review source because we know we are having to look out for our own. We can rely upon, well, what happened with these lower numbers? How did they implement it? What were some of the reporting they were looking for? What were some of the ways to which they tried to execute this? And if we then decide, okay, we want all of that except that vaccination bullshit, then that would be up for us to determine. But for them just to declare themselves an authority with jurisdiction over you and your household and your family, I'm just trying to make it plain. For them to declare themselves an authority over you and your household in the protection of the blood cells inside of your unborn babies or your infants ought to be something to which you would say, yeah, I would be on the side that would say, man, fuck the police. In this case, not even the police ought to be able to tell you that you aren't the authority over your children's air. Drop mic, bring in music. That's too deep. That is too deep, Brother Mo. They said they are the authority over your children's lungs. Said they own all that shit. And so they gave a timeline. And the final survey was carried out from January to April 2013. Of the 7,170 households visited in the final survey, 2,000 were excluded for the reasons outlined in Figure 2. A total of 8,766 children were screened. When I say I don't want the experimentation on Black children here in America, nigga, I mean that shit. Nigga, when I say I don't want the experimentation on Black women in America, I mean that shit. And there are Black men who would proudly raise their hand and say, as long as I'm able to save myself, then I'm cool. No, I say that shit and I mean that shit. At some point, it should be a no-brainer, but unfortunately, it's not. You got to have the Black men or the men of those communities willing to protect the people from this type of experimentation from members of people of global communities. It's a global community, so we ought to trust it. It's the white community, so we ought to trust it. It's somebody from the UK. It's somebody from India. It's somebody from Pakistan. It's somebody who has mapping technology. I don't give a fuck who it is. It's somebody from the World Health. It's somebody from the agency. It's somebody from the local police department. It's somebody from the local hospital. It's somebody from I don't give a fuck who tells you that they have jurisdiction over you and your household. I think that that's wrong. Your constitutional rights were certain and inalienable. It is a birthright that they stole when they said they have every right to run their tests on infants and pregnant women. It is an entire birthright. Nah, you can't have the conversation about those peripheral conversations. I'm going to stick right here because I almost fell from my own trap and got too passionate. But we're talking about babies, so passion is important. A total of 8,766 children were screened, and all were enrolled, including 4,383 children under 5 years old and 4,383 children aged 5 to 15 years. The experimentation on little black bodies, and I don't know if you can call them black because black seems to be a unique experience of African Americans, but I'ma say little black bodies. And if you ever get so mad that you want to know, well, who is it, these motherfuckers who actually experiment on young black bodies, then you might want to watch this video again, or maybe you know somebody that rocks with this type of information. So salute to you for having the nerve, the gall, the audacity to say, yeah, there are real people who really went out there and ran experiments on kids and said, for whatever reason, this is for the greater good. Pricked those poor little fingers, took the blood, smeared it. But for the worst part, they were able to experiment on little black bodies, and they're asking you to raise your hand today and volunteer. Do you volunteer? Do you not? That's going to be on you. But the information needs to be out there. Of the 745 households visited for recruitment, 243 were excluded, primarily because they lacked a child under 5 years of age. So you were excluded because you didn't have kids? Yeah, because they were really targeting a total of 992 children were enrolled in the cohort study. Follow-up continued until October of 2012. 42 were lost to follow-up. 73 were censored at their 5th birthday before the start of the evaluation period. Thus, 879 children were included in the final analysis. When I tell you that it is about those who are said to be recovered, sometimes you're talking about little black bodies and the people who feel like they own that information. So bigger picture here, you'll see the final cross-sectional community survey right there in the middle, broken down by the number of cases households approach in the cluster. If it moves to the left side here, households that were excluded, unable to locate the household, 370, or they couldn't locate the adult. 685 of those households did not have a child under 15, so they were excluded. Households included 2,579. Remember, you're talking about the knocks on the doors and the people who gave consent to be a part of this experimentation on children and married women. This top corner was the total households in the study area. Again, 40,000 of them. That goes down to the households within those clusters, as they wanted to identify those clusters that they can really examine. They got 17,000 of those clusters. The households with at least one resident under 15 in that census was around 14,613. They were finding these babies using technology. They found those babies and they ran their experiment for years with this anti-malarial shit. That same thing that the president of the United States is now saying, well, I don't know, it's the coronavirus. It could work. It'd be good for you. It could work. It could work. I don't know. I say give it a shot. I mean, if the other shot is you're going to die, then why not give it a shot? What else do you have to lose? You're talking about people who need ventilators or so. What else do you have to lose? I mean, if taken in combination with some other, that's what they're saying. And I think that you should think about that shit for real. As the men, I think that that is important to be at least considered. And here was the other side of that chart, the cohort study. So this is, remember, you got to find those ones who are in different settings and you got to be able to compare it. You got to be able to compare the anemic levels when you're looking at the blood. You got to be able to compare the household to household from level of poverty and so many other things. But you need a control group. The prime study area and those clusters, this report, remember, the prime is what they were looking at. You see the control clusters, you see the intervention clusters, and the hypothesis was that those places where they intervened, which is the lighter color, would have better health outcomes than those spaces of the darker, which are control clusters. They have your major roads, because I'm telling you, this is about the transferring of information. I'm telling you, if you've been able to rock with me this long, B1 salute to you. But the transfer of information is dissimilar to intra or inter state commerce. It is the movement of people, goods, and services, but in this case, it is the biological pathways that we do not want interrupted. Here you see the major roads and how it connects some of these spaces. And what we're essentially saying is that if we do this right, there are spaces, let's say here, that may be approaching a stay-at-home lift of the band faster than a place like here. Somewhere up here might be dark red in America with the cases, and those communities that have access to those hospitals that get the red dot. Oh, sorry, the red dot is a health center, and those spaces that have access to this health center, they may be in the red. And maybe some of these other spaces are absolutely green. Nobody in this entire part of the map is infected. But we want to see what that map looks like because we have our own communities to be concerned with. So we'll zoom in. And again, it was like the 25 random households. If this is the major road like the freeway, then you know what these big blocks look like. If you've ever seen one of my reparations debates, you know how many households falls within these type of spaces right here. And so for that, never mind, you see how we can make it the equivalent here in America. But improving malaria care in Uganda public health centers, Table 3 gives you the effect of that prime intervention on prompt, effective treatment of fever. Remember, there's a storyline going where they're saying, well, if I just give them some of these antibodies, then they won't be sick anymore. There's a storyline going where they're telling you it's like the flu, but unfortunately it's not. And so they're looking at it from trial arm, treatment of fever with any anti-malarial in the control group versus the intervention group. And they even give you the number there. In the control group, 1,955, give me your left arms. And in the intervention group, 1,742, give me your left arms. Remember, we're still talking about the experimentation that they did on those small black babies. Once we move forward, we'll see that along with this, there were things such as questionnaires, there were surveys, there was adjusted for anemia or that blood, there was gender, there was age. This is some of the rich data that they were collecting. Household wealth, they were looking at the distance of those families or those households from the health facilities. They were looking at the use of insecticide-treated nets at enrollment, like the World Health Organization image that I showed you when they had that little baby and that net around them and saying this helped. And then also they were looking at treatment of fever with any antimalarial within 24 hours of onset of symptoms, and then treatment of fever with an artemisinin based combination therapy, or those ACTs. Effect of the prime intervention on illness and treatment incidence outcomes. Anti-malarial treatment incidents in the control and the intervention, the number of children, there are 447. The number of events you see, though, is multiple: person, years, or follow-up. Incidence rate per person per year, about 5 different incidences. So if you take that same equivalent, you would understand that they would need more than one test kit in the first place. That rapid deployment of a test kit, come on. Intervention, 432. Number of children. How could they be so bold as to tell you that they was experimenting on kids? Why? Because they want to bring that shit to America. Except when they bring it here, they want your niggas to actually agree to it and sign that consent form. That's what they want. So basically, the takeaway here, they kept it about even when it came to the number of kids inside of the control group and outside of the control group. That's how it works, right? But this is real big docs information because we're talking about the actual use of the anti-malarial treatment that he says we should be given to fight the coronavirus. And we're just putting it on the screen table from the primary sources and the primary sources to the point where they're calling it the prime intervention of what was actually done there. And at the bottom, I showed you all of the other things that applied. But here is the anti-malarial, does it even fucking work idea. And what about those number of cases that had an antibiotic treatment incidence, number of control versus intervention? Table 1, characteristics of that baseline community survey and core cohort, study participants at enrollment by trial arm. As you will see on this left side, all the way on the left, is the characteristics or some of the data that they were gathering. Everything from age to the gender. Did they sleep well? What was their weight? What was their weight for their age? Was it the mid-upper arm circumference? Like how big of a little kid it was? Talking about anemia levels. Did they have a primary caregiver like they say here in America? Was it a single mom? Excuse me for being over the top of some heads. Household wealth index. So they looked at it from being, are they poor? Or where are they at when it comes to that? They even looked at education. No education. Primary school, which was from P1 to 6. Secondary school, S1 to 6, or a certificate, diploma, or university, which as you see here, going down that column, 1.6% when it comes to the primary caregiver, mostly only having acquired no education or very little primary school. So very, very suspect that they're dealing with I don't even know how to say it, super uneducated group. And when it comes to their poverty levels, you don't even want to look at that one because that number there would give you a heartbreak. So I'll just move forward because they talked about other things such as temperature, which we're not even there yet to base it off of the different temperatures or seasonality. So don't tell me you have a treatment if you haven't even had enough time to base it off of seasonality. And then they talk about the percentage of rapid diagnostic test positives, 74% in the control group, 82% in the intervention, a number of 994 cases. This information gets deep. And so I zoomed in there just to really drive that point home. I will leave it on the screen for those who like to take the screenshots. But the source has already been listed. Unfortunately, I've moved past that source and into the depth of the content that needed to be shared. But you can also have resources available there at the U.S. Small Business Administration for Disabled Vets. That is something that I also want to share here because there are some with some pre-existing conditions that will not be addressed unless we get serious about what we're asking of our government, which is responsible for the management of the coronavirus. Another one says researchers have been studying malaria in cohorts of young children in Tororo district since 2007. So they gave me even more information. Children enrolled in these studies were given LLINs, whatever that means, and free care 7 days a week at dedicated study clinics, and routine evaluations were done every 1 to 3 months, regardless of symptoms, including the detection of submicroscopic parasitemia using molecular techniques. Universal healthcare, anyone? Well, that's just something you'll have to consider. In addition, a group of young children were randomized to receive intermittent preventive treatment. A group of young children were randomized to receive intermittent preventive treatment. A group of young children were randomized to receive intermittent preventive treatment with standard doses of dihydroartemisinin piperacquinin. I don't even know what that means. Di is like 2, hydro is like water, artemi means it's directed into the arteries or something, or towards the heart. Inin, I'm definitely lost on that shit. I don't even know how all of these prefixes and suffixes make sense. I need somebody who speaks Latin to speak Greek to me or something. Given monthly between 6 months and 2 years old. Show me the niggas that say the women in their community can be tested on and that the babies can be given this foreign drug. Show me the community of men that make that their priority, and I'll show you some damn fools. But when I do, I'm going to do so in a way that's not disrespectful. I gave you their primary sources. I gave you more information than you probably needed to know. I'm going to run it right back. Unite to Fight. Global fund. I said I didn't look it up, but I had actually. The fund that partners Unite to Fight. Excuse me. They had some big stories if you didn't see them. A guidance on country dialogue and human rights on the 14th of April, 2020. If you don't think I give current and relevant information, smack yourself. This is that same Global Fund, World Health Organization distribution of funds and equipment and resources to the global fight of things like AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria as epidemics. And these people are having the conversation and the dialogue on human rights. These same groups that are funding, or did I not get it right the first time? The Global Fund Partnership mobilizes and invests more than $4 billion a year. And in that same Global Fund is looking at expanding with virtual inclusive dialogue. They could talk about human rights, or you could talk about virtual inclusive dialogue. For me, I'm B1 Brother Moses. And for those that might want this information, here's some of the things that they were talking about with virtual inclusive dialogue. Saying that the reality of the situation will require nothing less than our devote attention and our participation. Using webinars, YouTube Lives, Facebook Lives, Zoom, they're saying this is a global health thing. A global civil right is your ability to leverage these networks. Unfortunately for us African Americans in America, when we leverage these networks, we find ourselves being shadow banned. We had a fight at the Supreme Court that we have eventually lost a major talking point on. which is the distribution of black media to the black media consumers in social media spaces or on these networks. And it had been stated that those networks have the power to censor the information that comes out. And it is up to the African American to prove that they are being discriminated against because they're black. 100% because they're black. And because you can't prove that the discrimination happened because you're black, then that burden being on you to prove so then gets those cases thrown out. For us, we tell you that we are not getting 10,000, 1 million, 5 million, 500,000, 5 or 50 million responses to our videos because those who could have 50,000 responses to their videos aired, they can earn those. Those folks are not going to give you this information like this. It just won't happen. My big hope is that maybe some of those folks get this information anyway through this information sharing, those talking points about the malaria drugs and how it didn't work and, you know, it didn't trigger the right immuno response and that it was the other shit, the telecommunications and surveillance, all of that, the vaccinations, the schools, the who funds it, all of that information, the doctors who operated on it, the team that went and identified those babies and found those clusters where they can get 80% rates when they run their surveys in that entire community cluster. All of that information. Maybe that's not what gets shared. But maybe about the consultations, the video conference platforms, the Zooms, the thing that says when it came to the development of the malaria fund, they were looking at this type of dissemination of information as a positive, as a benefit. Here in America, we're not given that benefit. Many times we've heard and seen where those type of spaces have been shut down, or at the very least, they are not being, that notification that information is being shared is not going out. Fox News can get that notification shared right there online, even for people who aren't subscribed to Fox News. And how does that happen? Well, that's a systems thing. And systematically, we're being targeted. And if those black men who are the stewards and the vanguards, the front line of defense for the black body of the black community, if those folks can't get to where they need to get to and can't make the decision where they need to make the decision, then those who are behind them on the front lines will forever be at risk of this crazy, demonic, motherfucking white man. It's crazy, it's demonic. Some would call it pedophilic, but the targeting of young black bodies, I just don't see that as being a greater good. I just don't. They want to move this shit from the petri dish, put that subject, that substance from the petri dish inside of human bodies and see what happens. And I say, not our bodies. Somebody else might say, yeah, just take the Klonopin. Just take the pills. It works great. Just pop it like an ecstasy. I say there's some other points that you might want to consider. There's other information that you could probably benefit from if you're not distracted in the conversation by those other things. For example, the case study there in Indonesia. Indonesia's experience developing its TB HIV concept note offers great examples of how to carry out inclusive country dialogue through effective electronic consultations. Given that Indonesia is the world's largest country comprised solely of islands, it was important for the country coordinating mechanism to capitalize on online resources to facilitate country dialogue with maximum reach. The CCM, key population representatives, and technical partners used existing social media platforms effectively to engage their constituents throughout the process of concept note development. B1 Network salute for the work that we will continue to do, even if we only can see one person rocking with us. We do it not because we get rewarded for it, but because the work has to be done. This proved more effective than creating temporary online platforms and accounts for the sake of fulfilling application requirements because the channels were already in place and reached a broad range of stakeholders. That's why I call it the network. For example, the Indonesia AIDS Coalition heavily used its bilingual Twitter account during country dialogue with nearly 8,800 followers. Look at these low numbers that they're talking about. We have Instagram models with more than 8,800 followers, but this is what they are calling success. And this is what they got the big bucks to fund because somebody had 8,800 followers and they were able to use that platform to spread information. Well, that's why we need them to stop filtering our information and stop muting us. There are even white people that want the black perspective. And if they stop being so racist, those people who hold the keys to this YouTube space, this social media networking and communication space, if those people stop being racist, then maybe we can help save lives. Again, that's the Global Fund. That is its relation to the World Health Organization. That is the same thing, that same funding mechanism that the president was discussing and saying, well, maybe we should stop their funding. They created smart little videos and things like this, which were very entertaining about how they were planning to stop the spread of malaria, about the creation of those healthcare infrastructure stations and whatnot, and the responsibilities of the people in those communities. In coordination with the PRs and the in-country partners, purchase user access to existing virtual meeting applications or getting a combined service like we use with StreamYard. Purchase of devices, laptops, smartphones, CCM Secretariat, CS representatives to allow remote quality engagement. So laptops and smartphones seems like a pretty good business investment if it's going to be for us driving these messages forward in the future. They also said they needed to hire local facilitators capable of moderating meetings. So the ability to shoot us a love donation back out to those moderators inside of our chats, that's going to be another critical element there that we would need. Virtually to ensure all voices are heard and inputs are collected during discussions, particularly from key populations. As you know, that's what we do here in the B1 network. We have a key demographic that we're talking about, which is us. We put us first. That's why it's called B1. And we Black, which is a unique characteristic of African Americans. I gave you this information there about malaria. Hopefully that's some powerful shit, because what you see here is what they're talking on a global stage, is what we already do, and it's why what we do is important. What they went on to say is the purchase of internet data plans, CCM Secretariat, and civil society representatives. Again, you have to be able to move the conversation from being the person who's having the conversation to actually being the person who's having the conversation with civil society, those people, the council members and town hall people who are making changes at the local level. They need the Nyla Says platform. They need access to it as people who can share their message for what's going on in their spaces. They don't have 8,800 people who would get access to their information. Oftentimes, some of the reports that I use only had it was only cited like 2,000 times, one like 25,000 times. Some of the videos that I use, it'd be shared like 80 times, 40 times. This information is not getting out there. It's vital that it gets out there. So we keep doing what needs to be done. Then they also talked about the purchase of a generator for the CCM Secretariat to increase electricity stability, allowing for better access to IT equipment. All of those are similar here. We're looking at the personal protective gear. I would say the most liberal thing that they can do right now is to ensure that there is an emergency kit in every household. That's it. That would be the most liberal. They can get more specific and say, well, maybe we'll do that in endemic zones, places that they've declared to be highest transmission areas for the coronavirus, and make sure that all of those households, for example, have the emergency kits. But that's going to take real leadership and decision making to happen. It's going to cost some money, but just like you see here, those allowances are covered at a higher level of global health policy. Those decision makers need that information. They obviously forgot to give the training on how to take care of somebody at home with coronavirus. Maybe they got that up now. But for the most part, they were saying, yeah, put them in a room. Like we have that ability. Check out the bottom part, though. Remember, this is global health, this is global fund. Should there be gaps remaining, the second option is through reprogramming of savings from existing grants to support country dialogue up to the maximum amount or a maximum amount of United States $150,000 per component. As per the OPM on design and review of funding request 2020 to 2022 allocation cycle. For those who don't know what I've just done, I've given you another business case right there for you. Not that I'm going to do it, not going to tell you that I'm not going to do it, but I will say that that information is yours now and it's available. Overall summary, once again, the substance did not work. The substance did not provoke the intended response. Prove to me that the antimalarials actually provoke the intended response before you get up on a national platform where you're giving a U.S. coronavirus task force update. Don't get up there and talk about antimalarials if you still haven't proven that it works. And having one African-American woman get up and be a spokesperson for the malarial cured my body is bullshit. Don't experiment on us. My answer right now, based on the research that I've seen, is still an unequivocal no. Maybe you agree, and maybe because you agree, you'll decide that your community or the space of the world where you live, regardless of if there's a hospital near you or not, that has a district unit that can report up to some ministry or some agency, all through some additional databases, or you live in a place where all of that is running in automated time. If you see that you are an individual that's a part of a community and you have a household that you are responsible for protecting, then I would say that it starts at stopping the spread, human to human or household to household. What they're saying with anti-malarial, they can't even prove worked for the one individual, let alone to increase health outcomes at the community level, and definitely not on the level of high transmission areas like New York or San Francisco. This story, once again, has been the Malaria Whisperer. This story, once again, has been everything relevant to what's being said in the media. Test, rapid deployment of testing capabilities, surveillance, partnership with Google and Amazon, Klonopin or whatever that anti-malarial is. It's been the Malaria Containment Report, brought to you by all of those sources that I presented, but brought to you by B1, Brother Moses. So again, you can take yourself over there to the www.irs.gov if you want to get more information, if you want to get coronavirus tax relief, if you want to get your refund status, things like that, economic impacts, what you will need to know, how to do so on a mobile phone. If what you're most concerned with is, nigga, where is my refund check? Then that is the source that you would go to for that information. You want to see a very clean breakdown? Use the Bing, not the Google. Use the Bing breakdown, and that will give you the global cases. Let me refresh so you can see how fresh that one is. The global cases now at 2.15 million, 145 total deaths. If it was flattening, there would be a different response than what we are seeing. I like this one because, again, the maps make it all the more interactive. but we do still need those maps to get smarter if we're going to be involved. So yeah, use the Bing. You can go right in and click on your state, and it'll give you that information, how many are confirmed, and so forth. What we were talking about is sub-Saharan Africa and what happened with malaria there, and how it was able to be traced and tracked and monitored using their technologies. Where you at? Mozambique. Maybe we do go to a place like Mozambique. The Mafia Island. Maybe you can go to Mafia Island and see what happens, or you can zoom in on where the actual information is being presented about, which is Zanzibar. And in this mapping capability, this is Google Maps. This one can only give me the looking down on it. We landed at the airport, and then we wanted to move throughout these communities here and see if there were door-to-door tests being conducted, primary information, what happened with those single mothers and those others who had contracted. There's a lot of mosques here, so the religious community partnership, again, was an important thing that happened here. But when you have people stacked up like this, like kind of like New York, those are higher transmission spaces where there's too many variables. And so spaces like this are likely to be excluded unless they have their very own clinic. But you would also see that those spaces, because the transmission is so high, they are not able to effectively implement treatment. It just can't happen. The amount of product that they would consume overwhelms their ability to provide that treatment. So other spaces where they are at least spread out household to household and not stacked up are better for them, even though they produce a less realistic result. So you got off the plane, you were considering going house to house, you had to figure out where exactly it was you needed to go. And so that's why they created those big clusters and found those cluster groups. They would compare one of these cluster sections to the other section, one as a control and then one as non-control or one as intervention. So it could be a place like this where they would find this primary school. I showed you that most of them only made it through and into primary schools. So they would find that, and they would find the proximity and find all of the households in its adjacency that had children and children under 5 years old. And those are the ones that they did their experiment on in places like this. Bruh, not even the police should have been able to stop the men in those communities from saying no. And those women in those households that did have a man, and those women in those households who overrode the man because they were so afraid, and those men who just got overrode because they were so afraid, that is the shame that we are talking about in our spaces. You can't control your women and their fear, and you lose control over what happens in your bodies and in your households, then I don't know what kind of man you call yourself. Men of our community, we see the risk. We know that it's there, but now that this question is up on us, who's really willing to have that conversation? Why is that important? Well, if you go to the Office of Civil Rights here in America, it announced notification of enforcement discretion for community-based testing sites. So where can they test during the COVID-19 nationwide public health emergency? Discretion. Enforcement discretion. What does that mean to your rights? Well, Probably got to go to hhs.gov for that story because that's all I got. And I'm out. Hey, Don, if we want the B1 petition to the Surgeon General for a written response, you know I got his information on a PowerPoint as well. Because that's the big docs. It still keeps coming down to Jerome and all this testing that they're talking about doing. See, him and I, we have our own containment theories. My containment theory is one that looks at the other containment theories from its military form, but it's dealing with criminal involvement. You have to declare them criminals. That's the only way you can really stop them, is like prisons. But even prisons can't prevent the coronavirus, nor are they even close to a point of determining what treatment looks like. So even criminalizing it does not help. I talk about it from the lens of the Truman Doctrine, Cold War policy to prevent the spread of communism. And I say we don't relax right now, but that we actively place in a authority. And they did so for a number of reasons, but number one is to preserve national security, but it was also to have that coalition and that power needed to resolve international conflicts. You know, I gave you this. You know, I said we've seen that rapid escalation of cases of COVID-19, more cases and deaths. We have also seen that rapid escalation in social distancing measures, contact tracing, which is the backbone of the response, Dr. Ted. That's why this information about how does it relate to 5G, well, I'll tell you, it's just looking at it from the cellular level. But others would say when you say cellular, you're talking about a cellular phone. I don't go that deep. I don't think it's that deep. If you know it's telecommunications, you know it's the surveillance society, then that should be enough. Anyway, I could be here all night giving that information. But like I said, B1 Brother Moses, where's my refund is what most people would want to know. And so that's where you find it. That's where you go. For some of us, you're able to just go to your bank. Did you get a notification? Maybe you received yours already, but $1,200 is not a stimulus. You can double it because I'm married, which is more than if I was single. And then we do have 2 kids. Again, man, woman, kids, vaccinations, choice versus no choice, life pro-life versus pro-choice, the right to the womb, the infant, the testing on pregnant women and such, the right to life, the right to decline, mandatory versus involuntary testing, but not just testing, anti-malarial treatments, benefits, things that were given in exchange to ensure that they were going through with the process. All that and such less if you only use talking points.